Good morning, and Becky's probably going to kick me to sleep for this. I'm going to go a little off script. My name is Irvin Clark, and I serve Florida State University, Panama City as the Associate Dean of Student and Strategic Initiatives, and I'm almost to cry standing before you. Just imagine, and Ron Sharp has heard me tell this story many times. I have two older brothers and a younger brother, Patrick. But my sister Marilyn was the oldest. And Marilyn died when she was 4. And I was only 1 year old, of course, much too young to remember my sister. And so I've served on the Ark of the Bay board for 7 years. You talking about the Egyptians not letting the Israelites go, Ron Sharp would not let you go. So I had to serve. Joan, isn't that right? I had to serve for a long time, served over 7 years. But I would say this, persons with disabilities have a special place in my heart. And as ADT, I don't know who the speaker was that time, Ron, at one of our commencement programs, I think the very first graduation from the culinary program, saying that all of us, any human being living on planet Earth, no matter how healthy you are, can be a half a breath away from being disabled. A half a breath. Your money, your status in life, none of those things can change it. A half a breath away. So I am so honored. My first phone call was to Ron Sharp, and I said, man, let me run something by you. And then I called Cindy McCauley over at Chautauqua and said, let me run something by you. And called Stacy Pelham and Tim Kessler-Clary, Brother Tim. And I have more harebrained ideas than you can shake a stick at, Dr. Schaefer. And I said, man, they said, amen. I said, man, there is a huge gap in Northwest Florida when it comes with persons living with disabilities. And if not us, Amber, then whom? Who can make it happen better so than the people that are in this room? And I want to apologize to some people. Tip, I owe you a big apology. And perhaps there's others that I don't know about because I didn't call on you. And blame it on my head and hey, not on my heart. That if any of you want to serve on the committee, let this be the beginning of something amazing for Northwest Florida. Let us continue to keep this thing going annually. And it's going to take us in order to make that happen. So there's a lot of people to thank, but I know that we are united by our commitment to understanding and celebrating diversity. And so this conference, this inaugural conference, marks a significant step forward in fostering a more inclusive and equitable community for all. And it has been made possible by many dedicated committee members who took that little spark and said, let's make it the reality that we're participating in today. And so with that, I'm gonna serve as your MC for today. I hope that you enjoyed breakfast sponsored by the Ark of the Bay and with fresh fruit donated by my good friend that represents the city of Panama City, Dr. Kesia Blinn. And I wanna say thank you for that. And the objective of this inaugural conference is to provide networking, community building, education, and resources for professionals, individuals, and families of those with disabilities in and around Northwest Florida. The theme of our conference asks the question, where do we go from here? And I'm gonna take that question mark off. Ron Sharp, that's Ron Sharp's question mark. ... JR, Dr. Harding. Where do we go from here? ... Our goal is to highlight past accomplishments to inspire ideas for the future. and discuss how we can work together with local agencies to continue being the agents of change. And we have a saying here at Florida State University, Panama City. It is a part of our promise we make to all of our students. Matter of fact, we make it to all of our guests that FSU Panama City will always be your home. And we want this conference, this inaugural conference, to always be at home here at FSU Panama City, because it is our sincere hope that it will apply not only to the people that are present, but to all of the various lives that these agencies, I think we had over 32 vendors that represent many, many, many people who are not present in this room. So thank you for coming today, and we welcome you, and we hope that you don't be a stranger. And then I also would say this, we have not gotten it all perfect. I'm gonna say it again. We have not gotten this inaugural conference perfect. But I know working together, getting your input, giving us your feedback, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I lost my hair a long time ago, so I won't have a bad hair day because of it. But let us hear your thoughts. Let us know how we can improve. And if you haven't already, we want you to visit all of the vendors and support those resources. And next year, perhaps you can give us more ideas about that. And with that, I'm gonna get off my little soapbox. And for the rest of the program, until the end, I'll join you from the corner. And that brings us to our first speaker of the day, Lorena Fulcher. She is the interim state director for the Agency for Persons with Disabilities. Ms. Fulcher has dedicated nearly 25 years of her career to developing, implementing, and leading programs for individuals with disabilities. Wow, I bet your eyes have seen a lot. Throughout, she has shown a deep commitment to advancing programs and policies that support independence, community development, and quality of life. So this morning, she's going to kick us off with the topic, Fast Forward with ADP. What's new, what's now, and what's next? Please join me in welcoming Ms. Fulcher.
Well, I am so excited to be here today at the inaugural Northwest Florida Disabilities Conference. As he said, my name is Lorena Fulcher, and it's an honor to serve as the acting director at the Agency for Persons with Disabilities, or APD for short. I have worked in the disabilities field for almost 25 years, and I've been watching the changing landscape of services for individuals with disabilities across the last couple of decades. Individuals and families have been strong advocates, and I've witnessed firsthand some of the powerful changes in programs and services for individuals with disabilities that were spurred by strong advocacy and individuals not being afraid to share their stories. And it's events like these where individuals, families, caregivers, providers, and advocates can come together, share ideas and best practices, as well as spur creative thinking that enhances the disability community. So I am thrilled to be here today. All right, so the Agency for Persons with Disabilities became a state agency in 2004. It was previously part of the Department of Children and Families, and our agency was created to address the growing needs of services for individuals with developmental disabilities in Florida and also enhance services that were already in place. Our mission at the agency is to support individuals with disabilities and their families in living, learning, and working within their communities by creating multiple pathways to possibilities. So to carry this out, we have a few guiding principles. First off, we are striving to be a sought-after resource and navigator for all Floridians with disabilities. We really want to help people make connections. Next, we would like to enrich the experience of the individuals that we're serving. Services provided should be meaningful and helpful. We also want to make sure that we streamline processes for individuals and families as much as possible. We know that families are often navigating multiple, often complicated systems of care. And additionally, helping individuals with achieve quality outcomes requires commitment to both transparency and accountability. In this field, we know it is absolutely critical to provide the right services at the right time. And in Florida, we want to provide a variety of choices for individuals with disabilities. Everyone has a different journey and a different life situation, and nothing is one size fits all. We want to help individuals choose services and supports that help them achieve their personal goals. One way to do this is through a person-centered support system approach. This can be done through a support plan or a care plan, or by helping individuals build relationships with friends and family and participate in the community through working or activities that they choose, and help individuals live as independently as possible. Over the last year, we've talked to a lot of individuals and their families, and we learned that many individuals shared three common goals. One was they desired to maximize integration in the community. Two was they were seeking to gain skills for independence. And three, individuals were interested in obtaining employment. And person-centered practices embraced by our agency and our provider networks can make these kinds of goals possible. Person-centered practices are agile and they promote choice. Individuals want to choose where they live, what they do during the day, and who helps them. They also need help planning for their future sometimes. In a person-centered system, we listen to individuals and learn what's important to them, and we help people navigate supports and services that align with their needs and goals. This is different from the older medical models where services were tied to a diagnosis, and there were limited options. With person-centered systems, we can help individuals navigate services and supports across many contexts. And with person-centered support systems, a team approach is often used to gather information, develop plans to help individuals thrive, and achieve their desired outcomes. The team should always learn what's important to each person and work together to understand what helps enhance an individual's quality of life. Okay, so on this slide here, you'll see some of the ways that individuals are receiving services through APD at this time. And I'm going to touch on a little bit on each one this morning, and I'll talk about how they work and what's on the horizon for the programs. Just to set a baseline, our agency is currently serving nearly 60,000 clients with developmental disabilities. And this includes individuals with intellectual disabilities, severe forms of autism, cerebral palsy, spina bifida, Down syndrome, Prader-Willi syndrome, and Phelan-McDermid syndrome. In the past, we've been very limited by statute to serve those diagnoses only. However, as APD has increased our work as being a central point of coordination for all disabilities and implement initiatives like Hope Florida, which I'll talk a little bit about later, we've been able to help more individuals with disabilities and be more agile by serving a broader array of Floridians with disabilities. I did want to share some information about individuals with developmental disabilities served by our agency. As you can see, 67% of individuals live in the family home. This is a key data point because we want to allow for greater family involvement and care tailored to the specific needs of the individual. It's important to note also that most agency services are delivered by private sector providers. And of course, providers, and I know there's a lot here in the room, providers are a critical cornerstone in meeting the day-to-day needs of our agency's clients and helping them achieve their desired outcomes. And as you can see, we also have a number of individuals who live in community-based residential settings. Most of these are small group homes, and they're licensed by our agency and operated by providers. And we're also really excited that we can support individuals who live in their own homes through supported and independent living services. On the right, you'll see a breakdown of our clients with developmental disabilities by diagnoses. And as you can see, the majority of individuals that we're serving have an intellectual disability, and then autism is the second most prevalent. However, when you look at these data points, keep in mind many individuals have multiple diagnoses, and this chart is really just capturing a primary diagnosis. So in addition to the individuals reflected in the pie charts, our agency does operate 2 state-run developmental disability centers for individuals with developmental disabilities who need structured residential care 24 hours a day. So we have Takachali in Gainesville and Sunland in Marietta, and they're communities that offer residents opportunities to enhance their quality of life and maximize their individual potential. These are full-service residential facilities that provide medical care, therapy, and a variety of recreational opportunities for an additional over 400 people. We also have a facility in Chattahoochee called the Developmental Disabilities Defendant Program, and this is for individuals charged with committing a felony crime that are court-ordered to the state. It's a secure residential facility in Chattahoochee. Individuals are deemed incompetent to participate in their own defense or stand trial. And in this program, the residents receive competency training under a secure court order. Okay, so I think a lot of people in this room may have already heard about the iBudget waiver. The iBudget waiver is APD's most traditional and recognized pathway to serve individuals with developmental disabilities. As you can see, we're currently serving over 35,000 individuals. The iBudget waiver is a home and community-based services Medicaid program that provides a variety of social, medical, behavioral, therapeutic, and residential services. And these are services in the community as an alternative to individuals who otherwise would be entitled to institutional care due to their clinical needs. Individuals who are enrolled in the iBudget waiver receive services that help them have a safe place to live, have a meaningful day activity, something to do during the day, so they can receive medically necessary supplies and equipment. They get transportation to waiver services. And then also a key part of the iBudget waiver is that individuals on the iBudget waiver all have a waiver support coordinator. Waiver support coordinators are private sector Medicaid providers, and they assist clients and their families in choosing and accessing services that they need as identified through a person-centered planning process. So the iBudget waiver as a whole has a suite of 27 services, and they're available based on individualized needs and goals. One of our most frequently utilized services is personal supports. This is a service where someone comes into a home to provide physical support with activities of daily living, and it also can include respite care for the brief and planned absence of a caregiver. Another service that's very common through this program are life skills development services. This can include employment services to help individuals find and keep a job. It can include other meaningful day activities like adult day training, pre-vocational services, and companion supports. The iBudget program provides a variety of therapeutic services like behavioral supports, physical, occupational, speech therapies, and we also provide nursing care to individuals who have complex medical needs. Residential habilitation services are very important to many individuals who live in licensed facilities, as it allows for training and supervision with activities of daily living. And then supported living coaching services is yet one more valuable service for individuals who are working on skills for independent living in their own homes. So I promise I'm not going to talk about every service, all 27. As you can see from the graphic on the left, we've been adding new individuals to this waiver program every year. Due to generous funding, we've received from the governor and the legislature 1,548 individuals and counting have already been enrolled this fiscal year, and this fiscal year is still in process. So we expect to add more individuals to this program. And as we've been adding individuals to this program, I did hear a great success story about one of our newest iBudget waiver enrollees. So when we connected with this individual, we learned that she had a goal to become more independent. So making a long story short, after enrolling onto the iBudget waiver, she's already met that goal, moved into her own apartment with a roommate. Through the iBudget waiver, she gets companion services, supported employment services, and transportation services. These services have enabled her to have a regular volunteer opportunity, and she is working towards her goal of employment. And I don't doubt that she'll achieve it. And this is one example, but I can't wait to hear what is next. The Consumer Directed Care Plus, or CDC Plus program, is another one of our very traditional programs through the waiver. The CDC Plus program is an alternative option for individuals already enrolled in iBudget who live either in the family home or their own home. With this program, individuals with developmental disabilities have more control and more flexibility over their care. CDC Plus consumers become employers, and they have the ability to choose what supports and services they need and hire people to provide those services. Some of the major features of that program include individuals being even more empowered to make decisions pertaining to their supports, the flexibility to determine, choose, and pay for services through a monthly budget. The program also provides individuals with unique benefits, like the ability to select providers who are not in the Medicaid network and the ability to customize the services to meet individualized care goals. Participants can choose to manage the program on their own, or they can appoint a representative to assist with managing their budget and making decisions. As of May 6th this year, we have 4,899 enrollees on this program. This year, we worked with families to create an informational handout specifically about the CDC Plus program. Beginning July 1, 2024, waiver support coordinators are now required to inform clients and their legal representatives of the option to enroll in the CDC Plus program during the annual person-centered planning process. So if you're interested, the handout on the program is on our website, and it can be used to facilitate conversations about this choice, this pathway. And we certainly have a lot of success stories with the CDC Plus program. I learned recently about a participant who transferred from going to community college to going to a state university. And this individual has a lot of family supports, and he receives help in meeting his physical needs through the CDC Plus program. And I just love hearing stories about how individuals can harness the available supports to shape a life aligned with their needs and goals. He's moving forward, he's attending the university, great things ahead for this person. Now, when we talk about the iBudget program, it's also important to consider pre-enrollment. And pre-enrollment are individuals who are not yet enrolled in the iBudget program. Eligible clients who request iBudget services are assigned a pre-enrollment category based on their life situation, and these are identified in statute, and you can see them on the screen. There's 7 categories, and there's different criteria for each. Category 1 includes individuals who are in crisis situations. This means they're homeless, a danger to themselves or others, or their caregiver is unable to provide care and there's no other resources available to assist. What you'll notice on the screen is there is no one showing in Category 1 because APD is able to immediately offer waiver enrollment to individuals who meet crisis criteria. Similarly, you'll see there's no individuals in Category 2, And this is because individuals can immediately enroll individuals onto the iBudget waiver when someone has an open case in the child welfare system and they're adopted or they achieve permanency. Category 3 includes individuals with intense needs. Category 4 includes individuals who have a caregiver age 60 or older. Prior to this fiscal year, the caregiver age was actually 70 or older, but it was reduced to assist individuals with aging caregivers. Category 5 includes individuals transitioning from school. I'm happy to tell you that APD sent interest letters for iBudget enrollment to all individuals in categories 1 through 5, and you can see very few individuals remaining in these categories. Due to the population growth in Florida and increased awareness of agency services, more individuals are assigned to pre-enrollment categories every day. That said, for the current fiscal year, APD waiver enrollment initiatives have outpaced pre-enrollment growth, and our pre-enrollment has decreased by about 5.8%. There are approximately 20,000 individuals in pre-enrollment categories, but it is important to note that not all individuals in pre-enrollment categories are seeking immediate services. Nearly 63% of individuals in pre-enrollment categories are receiving services through the Medicaid state plan, or they're living in non-home and community-based settings and not interested in moving onto the waiver. Of the individuals on the Medicaid state plan, there's actually around 700 who are enrolled in another waiver program. And this doesn't include individuals who have private insurance and other resources. Of course, there are individuals under the age of 21. They're receiving services through the school system, et cetera. Since October 2024, our agency has sent over 1,500 letters to gauge interest to individuals who may be in pre-enrollment and are interested in enrolling on the iBudget waiver. We've actually had 117 that declined enrollment at this time. Another pathway to services through the agency is our individual and family supports funding. Some individuals can receive services through this funding source. It's temporary assistance typically that can be provided to meet critical needs. For example, an individual may need respite services when their caregiver has to be away briefly. It might include addressing some one-time equipment needs. On the slide, there's further examples of the types of services offered, including employment services. One thing we've noted when we've talked to families around the state is that the period of time when an individual is transitioning from high school into adulthood, sometimes that is an uncertain time for individuals and families with disabilities. And so I recently learned about an individual who was going through this transition period. They attended public school, adult education, and then they participated in an internship program at one of the state universities. And that was through our Individual and Family Supports Employment Enhancement Project. Through these services, this individual was able to build his confidence. He learned interviewing and job skills, and then a new grocery store opened in his neighborhood, and he was very eager to get a job there. So he went in for an interview, wanted a permanent job, and I'm very excited to report he was hired. He works in the front office as a clerk at the store, and he's continuing to receive supported employment services, and he is thriving at this job. So that's just one example of how this program can assist. Okay, so there is a pilot program in Central and South Florida, and it's one of our newer pathways to services. During a prior legislative session, the legislature directed both APD and the Agency for Healthcare Administration to implement a managed care pilot, which was launched in October 2024. The pilot program offers an assortment of services through a managed care model, and it's operated through the contracted vendor, Florida Community Care. The services offered through the managed care model are comparable to the community services and treatment available through the iBudget waiver, as well as managed medical assistance and other long-term care waiver services. The pilot program is optional. However, eligible individuals at this time include adults who are 18 or older who are in one of those pre-enrollment categories we were talking about earlier, individuals who reside in Hardee, Highlands, Hillsborough, Manatee, Miami-Dade, Monroe, and Polk counties, and also individuals are required to be Medicaid eligible. So you'll see we sent over 2,000 letters. A little over 400 have enrolled so far on the pilot, and we have 97 in process. We did similar to the iBudget offers. We had a number of individuals who declined enrollment onto this optional program. I'm also really excited to share information today about the Hope Florida program. This program has really been a game changer at APD because it does allow us to partner with anyone who has any disability. It creates an environment that allows us to work with individuals to identify and help individuals achieve their short, medium, and long-term goals, while we also remove barriers and help them meet their full potential. Hope Florida was originally spearheaded by First Lady Casey DeSantis, and the program works by using Hope navigators to guide individuals on an individualized path to meet their needs. But the focus is on community collaboration between the faith-based community, private sector, nonprofits, and government entities. Hope navigators have a working understanding of the resources available both through the community and government sectors. And so they use this big picture knowledge and they use it to connect individuals to nonprofits and faith communities to provide immediate help. And then after initial crisis needs are met, Hope navigators work with individuals to identify and overcome barriers to long-term success. And this could be anything like facilitating access to stable employment, mentorship, affordable childcare, educational opportunities that can open the doors for career paths. The Hope Florida program is also implemented at the Florida Department of Children and Families, Florida Department of Juvenile Justice, the Department of Veteran Affairs, Department of Elder Affairs, Department of Education, and Guardian Ad Litem, so we're not the only ones. I do want to share an example of the Hope Florida program. So last December, a Hope navigator learned about a 53-year-old mother who is a double amputee, and she had recently become homeless. This mother was living under a bridge with her 16-year-old child and a dog. It was just weeks before the holidays. The mother's situation was even more complicated because in addition to being a double amputee, she was also a dialysis patient and she's legally blind. Our Hope navigator immediately got to work, found a temporary housing solution for the holiday season. The same day, she secured emergency hotel shelter through local partners, including the Coalition for Independent Living Options and Spanish River Church. Community members also stepped in and provided food and basic living essentials for the family. Over the following weeks, the Hope navigator worked with Adopt a Family, APD staff, and city leaders, including the mayor of their town, to extend housing support and meet the family's urgent personal needs. Through Hope Florida, this family was able to find safety, dignity, and support through a caring community, and they are now on a path to stable and accessible housing. So as you can see from this example, Hope Florida empowers Floridians in crisis by connecting them to compassionate, local solutions. And this is just one of many examples of how Hope Florida can quickly activate and assist Floridians across the state in achieving their goals. We also have some newer initiatives to support individuals with working. As you know, APD is very committed to increasing opportunities to those served by the agency through competitive employment. We know it's important to help individuals understand the choice to work and how to achieve employment goals by creating a pathway to competitive employment. The right type of employment services and job accommodations really can support anyone. And I wanted to share some newer initiatives that aid individuals in finding and keeping a job. So the Florida Unique Abilities Partner Program was established to recognize businesses that employ individuals who have a disability, as well as businesses that establish or contribute to organizations that support the independence of individuals who have a disability. So during the 2024 legislative session, the Unique Abilities Partner Program was transferred to APD from Florida Commerce. APD is building on the program's foundation with community partners, sister agencies, and private sector employers to connect individuals with disabilities seeking jobs to employers in multiple fields. Additionally, I wanted to share, thanks to the leadership of the governor, the state of Florida was able to reduce corporate income taxes for businesses employing individuals with disabilities. So beginning January 1st, 2024, employers may seek a tax credit to up to $1,000 per employee hired, up to $10,000 per business. So if you're interested in being a Florida Unique Abilities partner or about the tax credit, we have a lot of information on our website and we would love to talk to you. All right, so let's talk about some exciting newer and future initiatives. In December 2024, APD streamlined and launched an online application for services. We got a lot of feedback from families and other stakeholders during this process. Our paper application was decreased from 6 pages to 3 pages. And we also learned from families that the application process needed to be more transparent. So we launched a quick guide to help families navigate the application process and have the coordinating information on hand. So if you know someone or you are someone who wants to apply for services, you can see this information on our agency's website. And let's talk about the website in general. In the future, we are working towards making enhancements to our agency's website. We know that a lot of times when individuals are seeking information, the first place you're going to look is on the internet. And so we're working to streamline information on our website. We plan to create more quick guides, some provider toolkits to help make our processes more transparent, and anything we can do to make things more accessible to individuals, families, providers, and other stakeholders. We are also partnering with a vendor to launch a new incident management system. This will improve efficiency and accountability by allowing providers to submit reports online directly to APD. The new system will also support detailed data analysis, which will strengthen our quality improvement measures and enhance service delivery. So after the launch, we'll be able to use data from the system to identify trends and find certain areas to focus on prevention efforts. Our agency has always supported meeting the dental needs of individuals served. There's various funding sources through the iBudget waiver and the Medicaid program, and we also utilize funding through our statewide dental program. We have a competitive solicitation in process for the purpose of establishing a statewide dental program to provide more dental care and related services to Floridians with developmental disabilities. So if you're interested in that, stay tuned as we move forward with that process as well. I know I shared a few stories about some of our clients earlier, but that really doesn't even scratch the surface of the wonderful accomplishments of Floridians that APD is serving. However, it is stories like these and others that inspire us to keep helping others. As you can see, there's a lot of different pathways. There's not a one-size-fits-all approach to helping Floridians with disabilities. We know it's important to be responsive to the needs of our stakeholders. At APD, we are committed to continuing to work in partnership with individuals, families, providers, and community partners to promote independence and provide a variety of supports and services. I'm really excited about this conference ahead. I encourage you all to enjoy the day and spend time hearing about some of the great initiatives going on in Florida. Also, if you have time, please feel free to stop by the APD booth out there and ask any questions that you have. Thank you, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
On behalf of the committee, I want to say thank you for an amazing presentation. And just one question for me. I don't know if you have a patent on this person-centered support systems, but Amber, I just love the sound of that. Yeah, person-centered support systems. I learned a lot about APD.
I'm really excited you asked about that. There's no patent on person-centered support systems. It's actually used across the nation and in some other countries to support people with disabilities.
Thank you. Please join me in giving her another big round of applause. Next, we're going to hear from Ms. Amber Wagner. Amber is no stranger to FSU Panama City. She most certainly is not a stranger to me. I have called her at least 1,000,001 times in my almost 8 years here. But she is the director of the Office of Accessibility Services and Assistant Dean of the Student Support and Transitions at Florida State University at the Tallahassee campus. Amber has over 20 years of experience working with individuals with disabilities in multiple settings, such as K-12, higher education, and employment. Speaking on the topic, life transitions and disability accommodations, please welcome Ms. Amber Wagner.
Hello, thank you all for having me. Panama City's my stomping ground. I grew up here, went to high school. Some of my first jobs were at MLK, just went to community college and then went to FSU. Well, went to a few other universities first and then landed at FSU, you know, a little circular process. But I appreciate you all having me here today. I have just a quick overview of kind of accommodation processes as they transition through K through 12 to post-secondary to employment, and just wanting to make sure, you know, not knowing exactly who all would be in the audience, but just talking about the idea of how to advocate at those various different steps and who's going to be responsible for asking for that help, right? Who needs to take the lead on that? So touching on some of double click, okay. Some of the laws, just making sure that everybody knows primary laws related to disability are going to be Rehabilitation Act. A lot of people just call that 504. It is more of an inclusion act in that anyone receiving federal funding has to be, well, I actually say opposite. It is an anti-discrimination act, right? If you receive federal funding, you cannot discriminate, right? Whereas the IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education, it is a requirement to provide education. These are going to be applicable at the K through 12 level, not, the IDEA does not graduate up to higher ed or employment. 504 is applicable to higher ed as well as the ADA, and then employment is going to be just ADA, right? So you kind of start with 2, lose 1, still have 2, gain 1, then just lose to ADA. So knowing where those laws cut off is super important. Right now, we're seeing a lot with the enforcement. So you have the Department of Justice, Department of Education, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission are who is going to be the enforcement agencies behind these laws. I do fear in going forward that we're going to see a lot of places become lax in implementing requirements of the law because there's going to be lack of enforcement. With the defunding, layoffs, things like that, we are going to see lack of that. And I think part of what all of our jobs are going to be to push forward. These laws still exist. Nobody has the right to say no. And I think as we make choices for where to go to school, where to become employed, it is going to be super important to look at their internal documents to see who has policies where they're going to uphold and enforce these laws themselves versus just relying on the federal government. So in thinking about that proactive piece of where to transition to, it's not just federal law that helps, it's also internal policies. So just as a brief overview, K through 12, it is typically the teacher or the parent who's going to speak up with regards to needs, which would entail, depending upon the level of need, either through the IDEA, getting an IEP, individualized assessment plan, or what's referred to as a 504 plan. Neither the IEP nor the 504 plan expire, although they should be reviewed, renewed annually. Those plans do not graduate out up with the student into post-secondary. At that point, the student becomes an adult, regardless of age, as they enter into those institutions, and they have to make the request for accommodations themselves. So in most post-secondary institutions, there's going to be an office, typically within like student affairs or a dean of students office, that's going to identify itself as a disability resource office or disability services office, something like that, that you're gonna want to make sure go to, or you're dependent if you have a student, making sure that they are going there to register, have to provide documentation, and then go through an interactive process to determine what accommodations. In an academic setting or a university, college, could be trade school, you will have accommodations applicable to the classroom, testing assessments, could be housing accommodations. We do things like, allergies and other reasons. Someone with a visual impairment might need to not have a roommate to trip over their things. So there's all kinds of various levels of accommodations, as well as transportation, dietary. And within the post-secondary, most of your temporary accommodations for things like a broken arm or ACL tear are also going to go through your RSO or your DSO, DRO. See, acronym, it depends on which person calls it what. So, but it's a disability resource office. With that, faculty are not going to implement accommodations unless the student is registered with the office. So I can tell you at FSU right now, we have about 5,000 students registered with our office, which is about 15% of our undergraduate population. That number is actually down from national. Last survey I saw about 2 years ago said about 20% of undergraduate students identified as an individual with a disability. So that is a number that I expect to just see keep growing as students come out of high school, especially post-COVID. We're seeing a lot of young individuals with more medical conditions. Last time I looked, about 53% of that 5,000 that we had 2 or more medical conditions that they were registering for. Forgot. So just also, the other thing I wanted to point out is not all accommodation requests are going to be fulfilled. So recognizing that this is a reasonable accommodation process and that the agency, the employer, whoever, is required to work with the student, the employee, to determine what is feasible and reasonable. And then it is typically the agency organization's ability to offer the accommodation that they choose to provide to meet those needs. It might be, if there's 3 options, they take the less expensive option. As long as it's meeting the needs that is appropriate for an agency or an employer to do. They're also meeting to make sure other resources, when you get to the point of higher ed or post-secondary and employment, most resources are going to be decentralized to other offices. Like you're going to have a counseling center, you'll have a tutoring center. So know that your RSO isn't going to provide everything all in one stop. Your student is still going to have to go and utilize those other resources as well. But if your RSO is good, they should be connecting the student with those resources. All right. Employment, not all employers have to do reasonable accommodations, only those that have 15 or more employees. With larger employers, you would likely have someone who is identified as an ADA coordinator, but that might not always be the case, especially again, if it's not a large employer. Accommodations are initiated by the employee. Oh, see, I forgot what the higher ed. By the student. Parents sometimes can be invited in if students give permission, but it is the student, even if they are underage. If we have a 17-year-old incoming freshman and they tell me they don't want their parents to be involved in the conversation, parents are not involved, period. The student has the right to say that. So even if they are a minor, once they step into that post-secondary education environment, they're the adult and we work with them directly. So again, they can consent for someone else to join the conversation, but it can't be initiated by the parent. Employment, same thing. It is going to be by the employee requesting. Most likely the person the request is going to need to go to will be somewhere in the human resources department. Again, may not be specifically labeled ADA coordinator, but there should be someone that can be asked. Most are going to require a request in writing. I would always recommend to put a request in writing to create a paper trail so that you don't have, well, I asked to be able to adjust my start schedule for the bus because I need to take transportation to get to work on time. Well, if you're only getting a verbal, yeah, we can make that work, I would not do that. I would formalize that. If you're riding the bus because of a disability and that is then therefore the bus schedule is causing you to be tardy, that is your disability causing you to be tardy. You have every right to ask your employer, can I flex the start of my day? Or can I have a 30-minute leniency window to flex and account for that time? That is a reasonable accommodation request. An employer needs to work through that process to see what is reasonable. So making sure that's in writing is going to be really important, especially as supervisors change or someone else comes in as a manager and is like, well, this person's always late. No, they have an accommodated reason for being late. In higher employment, it's going to be an undue hardship if an accommodation is not feasible or reasonable. So an employer is required to do a reasonable accommodation unless it creates that undue hardship. So again, there's that interactive process that an employer cannot just straight say no. They have to make an individualized consideration within the moment, working with that individual. Same with higher ed or post-secondary, there being other resources that are needing to be accounted for. And that is, I would say also other federal laws like FMLA, Family Medical Leave Act, are going to be very important to marry with the ADA in employment, especially as it accounts for any leave. So in an employment environment, leave is considered an essential function of the workplace, or attendance is an essential function of the workplace. Therefore, leave can be considered sometimes unreasonable. And so that's where FMLA allows for at least 3 months of job protected leave, right? So you're marrying the two of those together. So maybe an accommodation is that you work a part-time schedule for an extended period of time, maybe while you're seeking cancer treatment or something like that. But then FMLA would have that job protection for that, whatever that reduced schedule is. So you would use both at the same time to be accommodated and leave protected. So making sure that there's that combined effort and that you're utilizing all the various different points. Again, human resources should be able to connect someone with all of these different abilities to protect their employment, but it is up to the employee to come forward and ask. If they are not asking, no one is offering. So that is kind of the biggest piece, I would say, of leaving K through 12 and entering into either employment or post-secondary, is that the individual has to come speak up. No one is going to reach out and offer. Or if you're just saying, hey, I have migraines, well, are you making an ask? That actually doesn't ask anything. That tells me, but in an employment situation, hopefully the employer is not making any decision based on that, because they do need the ask before they start treating a person differently because of a disability, right? To not have that ask is discrimination. Whereas if I make an ask to have help, to have an accommodation, then that should engage the employer in that accommodation process to determine if an exception or modification should be allowed, right? And again, get it in writing. Always get it in writing. That's me as a 20-year HR veteran. Put it in writing. Don't have really anything else, but I did want to open it up for any questions about mostly higher ed or employment accommodation processes, kind of do's and don'ts, or anything I can answer. So the question is, what is kind of a typical accommodation across the 5,000 higher ed students? And I would say the majority of our students have some combination or in combination of other things. ADHD, anxiety, and depression are our three largest populations of disabilities. The majority of our students come through the door seeking accommodations as it relates to testing, right? A lot of, well, I mean, grades are how you pass, and a lot of the grades are associated with tests. So we see a majority of STEM students that are of those 5,000. A lot of our English majors or history majors aren't as necessarily apt to come in for accommodation as those who are having to take the biologies and the chemistries and the anatomies and the all of those where it's a lot more intensive detail. And so we tend to do extended time for accommodations, reduce distractions, things like that. We do a lot of attendance related accommodations, assignment extensions, similar to the K through 12 accommodation model, or I should say high school accommodation model, but not everything specifically crosswalks.
So what would you recommend to a student who is seeking services from the Disability Resource Center, however, is trying to get evaluated as an adult with a disability, but the evaluation is taking 6 to 8 months, and maybe they're on an expedited graduate program, and that's almost half of their program right there. That's something that we come in contact with a lot, and something I've personally faced in my graduate work.
Yeah. So I would say if you have a good disability resource office, they're going to look at that connection of temporary accommodations. We have students come in and tell us they're working with a counselor, they don't have a diagnosis yet, but we can get the person treating if they say, well, we believe it is likely X, and we're just confirming with testing, or especially if a doctor already does medication, like we suspect ADHD, they go ahead and prescribe, right? To me, that's a temporary. And so we can put accommodations into effect for a semester while we're waiting for those results to come in. So we try to bridge that gap because we do know that the wait lists are long, as well as I will say one of the things that FSU I'm happy to see is if a student has FSU insurance, they are able to get a psychoeducational evaluation. I think it's $250 versus what the cost is, out in the community. So But again, it is 6, 8 months to get the report. So that does, yeah, make it harder.
So this kind of is a nice follow-up to that question. How recent, like, do you need the evaluations to be for students coming in? Because we have a lot of students coming in, transitioning from high school. How recent does that report need to be for you?
So there are some agencies, organizations, I could name a few, that just flat say if it's more than 5 years old, we ain't taking it. Or sometimes where some of those third-party testing agencies like GREs, LSTAT, MCAT, they won't take it if it's more than a year old. So I don't agree with that. So this is where I say you interview the school or the employer just like they're going to interview you and look at you, right? So for FSU, my expectation of my team is that if it is a medical condition that has no fluctuation, like if a 4-year-old gets diagnosed with diabetes, I don't care if the paperwork is back from when they are 4 years old. They have diabetes, right? Psychoeducational evaluations, I tend to look for them to be closer to high school, closer to post puberty. But again, that could be a fluctuation if it's on the 504 and then a doctor is treating and says they're still treating 4, right? I'll take those two things together and check the box as documentation. So we really try to make sure that we're not asking for more than what is necessary, and to be flexible to get older documentations. We know a lot of students, as they're transitioning from their pediatric to like an adult doctor, that is a hard transition, and students coming in don't always have their own medical records.
Please join me in giving Ms. Amber Wagner a big round of applause. Amber, on behalf of the committee, thank you very much, and we appreciate you.
With that, I'm gonna go ahead on and get us started. So welcome back, everyone. Our next speaker is Crystal Gray Hewitt, an autism consultant for the FSU Center for Autism and Related Disabilities, or CARD is the acronym, which is the subject of her talk. Crystal says she is constantly thinking about ways to help people be fully integrated into the community and be able to effectively advocate for their needs and rights. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Gray Hewitt. Thank you.
So it was interesting to me that the title of this conference was Where Do We Go From Here? Because when a family member is diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, that's often the first question that a parent or another family member is asking themselves is, okay, so what do I do now? Where do we go? What do we do? So that is kind of the focus of what I was thinking about today is what do you do when someone is diagnosed? So the first thing to kind of think about is what does CARD do? Well, we consult with individuals and families with autism-related issues at home, school, work, in the community. We'll basically go anywhere you invite us. I have worked in community centers before. I go out to schools. One time I went to the beach because I was helping a family learn how to take their kid to the beach. So basically, if what we're thinking about at all times is how do we make this individual able to enjoy and be integrated into their community? So we go to it. We also help develop and create visual supports for individuals with autism spectrum disorder. And you're going to see more about that in the presentation. We also provide trainings for families, caregivers, teachers, employers, community organizations in a variety of autism-related topics. We do them in person. We also offer a lot of webinar series. And we provide resources, because again, that's usually the first thing a family member or a person with autism themselves wants to know is, okay, so where do I go? What do I do to get help? So our mission is as follows. The FSU Center for Autism and Related Disabilities, CARD, is dedicated to providing individuals with autism or related disabilities, their families, and professionals who work with them with free consultation, resources, and educational support to build knowledge, infrastructure, sustainability, and capacity within the community. Notice the word free. We do not charge for services. Also, our services are lifespan, so we also don't stop when the individual turns 22 years old. These are the regions that are served by the FSU card. We have 3 offices, one located in Tallahassee, one located here in Panama City. It's over in the Barron Building, 3rd floor, and one in Pensacola. And these are the counties that are covered by those 3 offices. I personally am the consultant for Bay, Gulf, Washington, and Holmes County. And what you see here, because CARD is a statewide agency, are where the other cards service regions are. You can see that there are 7 centers, and we provide varying services all across the state, but the core mission is always going to remain the same. So, who qualifies? Well, anyone with a documented diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder. However, I did not put the asterisk on there, but the thing to understand that we also work with is that, especially if you're dealing with very young children, their parents may not have been able to access a diagnosis as yet. We have a mechanism for making those children eligible for services, and then we're able to, a lot of the time, help that family negotiate that system. We also can work with, say, a related disability that can include dual sensory impairment, like deafblindness, or hearing or vision loss paired with a cognitive disability. You say that someone maybe has a diagnosis of intellectual disability, and they're also hearing impaired. That also would qualify for services. As I said, we serve all ages. The youngest client I ever had was 15 months old, and the oldest is probably in her 80s. The reason I emphasize the importance of this is because, for one thing, like I said, a lot of services, because they go through the educational system, stop when an individual turns 22 years old. We don't. In addition, we're also seeing a great number of adults being diagnosed. They were ones that were maybe missed when they were kids due to maybe the disorder not being as understood. What I can tell you is that I am 46 years old. I have had 2 friends, good friends from high school within the past year diagnosed with autism. What do those services look like? Well, they look like direct consultation. That is where I'm going to provide and teach strategies. I might get a parent that's asking me, okay, well, I need help toilet training, at which point I'm going to get them all of the resources they need to be able to teach that strategy. I may go out to their house and kind of work with them on, how do I use visuals? How do I offer choices in this? How do I make this a more sensory friendly activity? We also, like I said, we create and teach the use of visual supports. That's really important too, because creating visual supports is only half the battle. A lot of people, you can hand them a visual schedule or a choice board and they don't know how to use it. So now we have to do that. We also connect to resources, Agency for Persons with Disabilities, vocational rehabilitation, children's medical services, early steps, whole child, ability first, early education and care. We're going to, as much as possible, coordinate with all of those agencies as much as possible. We also provide technical assistance to agencies and schools to support staff in how to provide quality supports and experiences to individuals with autism and related disabilities, and often that goes hand in hand with our trainings as well. We also have the family and professional training opportunities. One of the things that we have coming up next month actually is our annual Summer Institute. That is offered virtually, and it is at no cost. So that is a great opportunity. We also partner with the Autism Navigator to provide trainings, and I'm going to talk more about that in a minute. But we also do public education and awareness. If there is a community event, we will try to be at it. We also have a lending library. We have the physical lending library, which is upstairs in the Barron Building, and we also have a digital lending library that is administered through the Overdrive system. So some of the special initiatives that we have, we do trainings with law enforcement. Locally, I have trained both the Lynn Haven Police Department and the Panama City Beach Police Department. I know that there have also been trainings in Tallahassee with the Leon County Sheriff's Office. We have what's called the Kickin' It for Autism Inclusive Soccer Clinic that was actually just a couple of weeks ago. That is an annual event in which we partner with the national championship winning FSU women's soccer team, and we run a clinic that is, as I said, an inclusive event. People with disabilities and without disabilities participate in this. They get to come learn skills, and they get to play soccer, like I said, with a national championship winning team. We have our school and agency collaborations. We have the Artists and Autism series that is a partnership with Arts for All Florida. We also have the Autism Friendly Business Initiative. That is where we go out and we train businesses in how to better serve people specifically with autism, as well as other disabilities. In addition to that kind of training, we also train them how to be good employers to people with autism spectrum disorder, and that's been very, very important. So we have our PEPSA partnership, which is where that is where we partner up with a teacher who is able to get ongoing support from a card consultant in a specific kind of almost mini research project that they conduct within their classroom. As I said, we have our summer institute that's coming up next month. It's June 17th through 19th. And we also have our annual card conference, which is held in Orlando. That is where all of the cards over the state come together, and we have 3 days of usually some of the best speakers on autism spectrum disorder that are available nationally and internationally. And we also have our public library collaboration. We have those with both the Leon County Public Library and the Northwest Regional Library System. So in terms of school-specific services, we will do observations, especially on specific students. If the teacher does not have a specific student, I will sometimes just come in and take a look at their classroom and think about how they could make it more autism friendly. Now, a lot of kids with autism may be in ESE classrooms, and they may have some of those. Those teachers may have already been thinking about that, but what we're also seeing is an increase of children with autism in general education classes, and this can be very important for that population. We can provide feedback as well as best practice strategies. We help create and participate in professional learning communities. We attend IEP meetings as needed. We do not come there in an advocacy capacity. That's not our role. But what we can do, as I explain it to parents, is come look at things through the autism lens and offer input that way. And we provide school trainings. So thinking about a diagnosis. First off, you always have to wonder, well, why do I get one? So first off, you need to better be able to fully understand your child's strengths and challenges, and you need information to be able to do that. That's where a diagnosis comes in. It also helps you advocate for your child, because if you have a better understanding of that, you're better able to tell people what they need. Also, to gain access to public or private services. There are many services that will not provide certain kinds of therapies unless, and insurance pay for it, unless specifically there is a diagnosis of autism. Also assist in the development of an intervention plan and to find support and connection to families with similar experiences. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of that last step, because especially in the initial diagnosis phase, families can feel very alone, and knowing what you're dealing with means you can seek out other people who are dealing with the same thing. 2 kinds of diagnoses to think about. First is the medical diagnosis. That's where you are talking a diagnosis that's given by a licensed physician or psychologist. It's usually based on the criteria from the DSM-5, and the diagnosis will read autism spectrum disorder. Now, there have been in the past many different terms for autism spectrum disorder, Asperger's disorder, developmental disorder not otherwise specified. So what they did with the 5th edition was they basically said, okay, well, we have a lot of names for the same thing, and they condensed it all into autism spectrum disorder, and instead decided to take a look at leveling it by what kind of supports are needed. Now, that is different from the educational determination. That is where a multidisciplinary school team, usually consisting of therapists, teacher, general ed teacher, school social worker, school psychologist, all get together and they run a battery of tests individual to their discipline. And then what they do is they come back to that and they use it to make a determination of what that child will need educationally. And they give they give what the educational classification of autism spectrum disorder. It's based on the regulations set out in the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, and it is required to access educational services. The eligibility determination, again, reads autism. Now, the thing to understand here is that just because somebody has a medical diagnosis of autism does not mean they will meet the criteria for the educational classification. That's where you get a lot of kids who are in the general ed settings. And those are the ones that are going to qualify for an IEP that's going to accommodate them in that setting, or a 504 plan. So when it comes to what autism is, you have to have these two domains: the persistent deficits in social communication and social interaction, and the restricted repetitive patterns of behavior, interests, or activities. You have to have both. The Venn diagram has to meet in the center. Otherwise, you just have this thing over here, what's called social communication disorder. So who can provide a diagnosis of autism? Psychologist. I know that Dr. Brent Decker will be speaking in a little bit. He is one of the kind of premier local providers when it comes to diagnosis. Psychiatrist, developmental pediatrician, pediatric neurologist, and like I said, for the educational classification, you have the school diagnostic team. Who does not do them? We don't. CARD does not provide diagnosis. General physicians, general pediatricians, and private therapy providers like SLPs, OTs, et cetera. What kind of differences do we see in people with autism? Well, a lot of the time they are very adherent to routine, and if routine is not respected, they can have a great deal of difficulty with behavior. They often have difficulty with transitioning, be it from one activity to another, one setting to another, especially if they're enjoying it. You notice that one of the reasons they might have difficulty is because they simply don't want to transition. They're enjoying themselves. I mean, who here does want to stop doing something we like doing? We don't. We also have a lot of difficulty much of the time with sensory sensitivities or overload. They may be very picky eaters. They may be very overly sensitive to certain kinds of scents. One of the things that was emphasized to me when I first took the job at CARD was, please don't wear perfume. Absolutely respect the deodorant rule, but don't wear perfume. Because what might seem like a nice, fresh floral scent to you might seem to them like they're trapped in an elevator with somebody who has just drenched themselves in body spray. They also can have a great deal of difficulty with unrealistic expectations because, say, they don't have the skills for something. It might be getting dressed independently. It might be certain kinds of communication. It might be the ability to ask for help in a classroom setting. You know, we'll have kids sometimes where their teacher's like, well, why won't they do the work? And it's because they don't know how to ask for a pencil if they don't have one. So they often a lot of time may have some sleep difficulties, and so they tire more easily. And we also see discomfort, pain, or illness. And a lot of time that's going to kind of kick back also to the sensory sensitivities overload, because they are often reacting to something that may be happening to them. It might be wet pants or wet cloth against their skin. It might be a prickly label. So the different levels. You've got level 1. They do need support. That is something to be very cognizant of. People with level 1 autism need support. However, if they're not, you're really a lot of time going to see them have a great deal of difficulty if they're actively not receiving that support. But they're also the ones that are sometimes a little bit better at masking what they need and what they're experiencing. So they're not always receiving the support just because someone else may not realize effectively that they need it. We also have level 2. That is somebody who needs substantial support, substantial training, a lot of support maybe with their activities of daily living. And their social communication skills and their repetitive behaviors are usually going to be apparent to the casual observer. And you have level 3, extremely substantial support. That is somebody that probably needs a great deal of care and usually is going to need substantial training with activities of daily living. They may have difficulty living independently, And like I said, their social communication skills and their repetitive behaviors may severely impair daily life. So now, do people with autism have strengths that are specific to autism? Absolutely. They are very good with concrete supports or concrete concepts, rules. They're great at sequencing. They can learn and repeat long routines. If you get them into a job or academic setting where they're doing the same thing every single day, they're going to do it the exact same way every single time, and it's going to be right every single time. They usually exhibit a strong memory for details or rote facts, especially if it's something they enjoy talking about. And they're very good at using visual information meaningfully. And they also, like I said, if it's something they like doing, if it's a preferred activity, if it's a subject they are interested in, they're usually going to have a pretty intense concentration or focus on that topic or activity. So, something to keep in mind, around 70 to 95% of autistic children and adolescents have at least one co-occurring disorder. We see a lot of commonality with things like anxiety, depression. Obsessive compulsive disorder is a little iffy just because OCD and autism both have repetitive behaviors, but they usually have a different root cause for those repetitive behaviors. But the thing to also understand is that as these individuals enter adolescence, it is much more likely that the difficulties with some of those co-occurring disorders are going to become a little bit more interfering. And that's just because social rules have changed, social expectations have changed. The expectations for how they operate within certain kind of environments independently have changed, and they may not always have acquired the skills that they need to be effective in those environments as quickly as their peers. And also, if they have a diagnosis of, say, ADHD, it can mask the expression of those ASD symptoms and delay the diagnosis of ASD until maybe later in childhood or early adolescence or into adulthood. So, what's the first thing you do? Well, the first thing I tell parents is get organized, get a binder, keep everything in one place. Have it set out in such a way that it makes sense to you, but keep everything in one place so that you're not constantly shuffling papers or thinking about what you need to do next. So that's the first thing. You also need to seek services. Early intervention services, that's birth to 3. That's mandated by IDEA. The eligibility is determined by the early intervention professionals, and Florida's program is the Early Steps program. That services might include evaluations, therapy, counseling, training. They do a great deal of parent training as well. And they also usually have somebody who is specifically trained in how to provide therapy to very young children that will work with that family and work directly with that child. Special education services, what we call exceptional student education, that's 3 to 21 years of age, again, mandated by IDEA. And it is basically about making sure that people with disabilities are being provided the same education that everybody else is entitled to. Services, again, are going to include evaluations, therapy, possibly counseling, training, academic accommodations, modifications to setting, and those accommodations are those accommodations and resources are set forth in the individual education plan or the 504 plan. You want to build a team. That might be your card consultant, your therapists, people who know about and can help you learn how to use assistive technology to assist your family member. It might be finding somebody who can do social skill instruction, psychiatric or psychology services. They can be provided these services can be provided in clinics, at home, schools, after school, and different settings provide a different viewpoint of needs. And the thing to understand about the importance of making sure that we're getting into different settings is we also want generalization of skills. Just because somebody can do something in one environment doesn't mean they can do it over here. And I have yet to come across a self-contained Walmart. So we want them to be able to have the same set of skills that maybe they have at home if they're going to the store, or if they're at school, or if they're going to baseball practice. So, and the thing to also understand is private or versus public services may have different eligibility criteria, may address areas of need differently. We ask questions. And again, this is important for the parents and family members to really understand this part, because again, they don't know what they don't know sometimes. They have to think about, okay, what questions do I ask? Well, if you're looking at a certain kind of therapy, what is the evidence that supports this? What says this will work? What training has the staff received? Have they had specific training in how to communicate with people with autism? Why are we doing it? What are the intervention's goals? How are we measuring it? How do we decide if this is successful or not? How do we decide if it's working? What do we do if it's not working? How will we work together? And how is this individualized to my family member? Insurance. This is really important because certain types of insurance may only cover a certain number of visits, and those might be yearly, they might be lifetime, but you're still going to be within a certain number. Your type of plan is going to affect what kind of benefits must be covered, how you advocate for a change in those benefits, and how you appeal denials of coverage. So you also think about, how do I add structure and predictability to my day? How do I add it to my child's day? How do I add it to my family member's day? So we use visual supports. That's the best thing I could tell you. They're permanent. Spoken words disappear. I'm going to walk down from here after we're done. You're going to forget 3/4 of what I said, and that's okay. But visual supports are permanent. This is permanent. So it adds understanding of spoken language. You see what you mean. It prepares people for transitions. It builds a dependence, because maybe instead of asking somebody what they do next, they can go, oh, okay, that's next on the to-do list. I do that. It's transferable between people and places. Again, you can use different kinds of schedules. You can use the same kind of schedule, but individualize it for a certain environment. And it helps reduce anxiety. And it doesn't judge the person. When in doubt, write it out. These are some examples of visual supports. They're pretty basic. These are geared toward children, but you know what's also a visual support? A to-do list, a calendar on a phone. Those are all visual supports that you're going to see adults use. We also want to think, especially when we have somebody diagnosed, about the safety concerns specific to autism. Situational awareness and recognizing danger are challenges for this population. There could be difficulty with intuition, being able to think about the motivations of others when they are approached. That can be a little too trusting. They also may seek or try to escape specific sensory situations. This is very important when you're thinking about us, because we live, look out back, there's water right there. It is, this is where you see a lot of people that may end up in a very dangerous situation because simply they were trying to go do something they enjoy. Often there are communication issues. There may be difficulties with asking for help. There may be difficulties providing information, relaying details of a situation. We also may see fixation with certain objects or narrow interests, and you may see these children seek out these areas. And as I said, I can't emphasize enough, when you're thinking about skills, just because it works one place doesn't mean it works somewhere else. Make sure it works everywhere. These are some resources to be thinking about when you're needing information on autism spectrum disorder. Autism Navigator is also a project through the Autism Institute, and it's a free resource if you live in Florida. It provides training to family members. It's got the how-to guide for families. It's got it also is connected to the Baby Navigator, which is where a parent of a very young child can track their child's developmental progress. But the way I always explain it to people is, if you need to learn about autism spectrum disorder, this is the fastest and most cohesive way to probably do it. Autism Speaks is a national organization. They have a great number of really good, what they call toolkits on their website. They are usually specific to certain topic areas, and those can be very, very helpful. And the Indiana.edu also has some beautiful, like I said, toolkits, resources that families can access. So on that note, that's how you contact us. As I said, we're in room 303 up on the third floor of the Barron Building. And my email, and Katie, who is basically she's usually the first point of contact. So I can't emphasize how valuable Katie is when it comes to being able to access things quickly. And our contact information is right there. On that note, does anyone have any questions? Yes. The soccer clinic usually takes place in April. It was I think, April 26th this year. Kathy is thumbs upping. Usually it's going to take place around the time of the last weekend in April. Yes, no, go ahead. That is a training institute in which we bring in usually nationally recognized speakers, and as I said, there's usually what we call kind of a science day, which is where we have a scientist who's bringing us information on some of the newest scientific information that is available to us. Usually, a lot of the time, we have somebody coming in who may be an educator. We have had adults with autism in the past who came in and did presentations for us, kind of giving us their perspective. So it's usually 3 days, and as I said, it's virtual and it's free. So it's a good resource.
Which is a fairly transient place. The kids are only there for a couple years.
4
The
years.
government's only there for a couple years. Everybody kind of leaves. If I have a ASD freshman from FSU that's connected to Silver to card at USF because they're from Hillsborough County, can they transfer cards or do they have to start over?
They would have to do the paperwork for the FSU card, but it's going to be the same paperwork, and we're going to a lot of the time we're going to take into account that they're already a card client elsewhere and try to make that process as easy as possible.
I'm Betsy Richards, and I'm a nurse and worked in mental health. I have a question. When I moved here, I was really appalled at the lack of resources for the underserved counties in this area. If they don't get diagnosed early enough, then it's just too late, because a lot of times I will see them already and they're adolescents, and how I first come in contact with them is through the police. And that's when it's obvious to me, but nobody has seen it or done any intervention until that time. How is that going to be addressed?
As I said, we're trying to continue to work with providers as much as possible to make knowledge of autism among those providers, make them feel more competent to be able to identify and provide services to families that need it. As I said, we do have a mechanism to make children that are not diagnosed yet eligible in the event that they are older than what we would be able to use that mechanism to make them eligible. We do, Katie and Cindy, the two kind of people who, as I said, are the first points of contact. They're going to try to provide resources and work with that family to move into the process of being able to access a diagnosis and the services they need.
Let's give Ms. Gray Hewitt a big round of applause. Wow.
Thank you.
Ms. Gay Hewitt, Ms. Hewitt, right here, we got a gift from you from the committee. And I'm just going to be honest with you. I did not know what I did not know. I'm quite sure that there's a lot of us about card services. I didn't know they had such a great reach. Next, we will have a presentation that will look at the past, present, and future of accessibility at Florida State University. Our presenter, Dr. J.R. Harding. Woo! This guy's a rock star. Is a passionate advocate and national leader in disability rights with over 40 years of impact. JR brings personal experience and professional expertise to everything he does, and I am a witness. From shaping public policy to teaching future leaders at FSU, where he teaches award-winning courses on leadership, inclusion, and disability advocacy, please join me in welcoming the one and only Dr. J.R. Harding.
I think we're good. Testing, testing. Dr. Clark, thank you. I have two objectives. One, to share some modest words with you. And two, and perhaps more importantly, to introduce a dynamic young leader who will share his story and his words. So, as Dr. Clark indicated, I'd like to talk about the past, the present, and the future of individuals with disabilities. Now, first, what an incredible day here at FSU. This beautiful campus, at our first inaugural disability conference. I mean, look around this room. We've got some passionate advocates, some brilliant educators, fantastic community partners, and most importantly, people who know the power of the lived experience. People like you. As Dr. Clark said, my name is J.R. Harding, and I serve as the faculty advisor for the University of Choice for students with disabilities and without disabilities at FSU. I'm also a full-time faculty member in the College of Management, an advocate, a volunteer, a husband, and a two-time quadriplegic. So I'm also joined by Elijah, who's a leader in the University of Choice, and others who are making meaningful impact in our world. They're building communities. They're breaking down barriers. They're leading change for a more inclusive community and throughout the world, for that matter. If you haven't met Elijah or other of some of the young people who are here today, make that effort, guys, because they're the future and they're the ones who are making the waves. But before I jump into my formal remarks, we need to take a moment to recognize Dr. Clark, his leadership team, his steering committee, and the others who brought this vision to life. Let's give them a round. So for me, I was really honored when Dr. Clark and others asked if I would share something that was personal, that was historically profound, and that was nationally essential. Our past, our present, and our future as individuals with disabilities. You see, disability isn't new. We are not new. We have always been here, part of every community and every culture and every era of our history. Think about it. In ancient Greece and other times, people with disabilities contributed to the literature, to the arts, the architecture, and the workforce. Not because of pity, but because we all added value. In 400 BC, Hippocrates shifted the perception that epilepsy was witchcraft into an actual medical diagnosis. In 1776, Governor Stephen Hopkins, who was living with cerebral palsy, rode down from Rhode Island down to Philadelphia. That's quite a trip, on horseback, living with CP. And he was one of the signers of the Declaration of our independence. In the 1880s, Louis Braille transformed how individuals with blindness would communicate by taking an old military code and making it into a functional language. It's summertime now, right? We got a beautiful baseball stadium right next door to us, and we can't forget about baseball. How hand signals we see in the everyday game was actually an innovation as a result of William Hoy, who was a player in the outfield who was hard of hearing. He could not hear the umpire call strike and ball. Now we have the hand signals. That is a natural part of the game and makes it more enjoyable and more informative for everyone, not just people with disabilities. So despite our contributions, history hasn't always been kind to us. We have faced things like the ugly laws. They tried to erase us from public life. We were institutionalized. We were marginalized. We were hidden from view, not because we lacked value, but because others could not see it. Yet through all of that adversity, pioneers emerged, voices got louder, movements took place. Think of Helen Keller, deaf and blind, teaching young people how to read. A world traveler, Judith Heumann, Justin Dart, Ed Roberts. These were people who lit the fire of advocacy. People who said, no more hiding. People who said, no more barriers. We belong here. Nothing about us without us. Who's been to summer camp? Raise your hand. Oh, all right. I know I have. They can be magical places. In fact, in the early 1970s, there was a camp called Jeanette, tucked up in the Catskill Mountains in New York. It turned out to be a wonderful place. It was the right place at the right time for some individuals. But it wasn't just any old summer camp, guys. It was called Prep Camp, a place where individuals with and without disabilities learn to listen, to talk, and empower one another. It became the launch pad for the independent living movement and the battle for Section 504 that you've heard others speak about. It wasn't an easy fight. It took a number of years. And in fact, it was the longest nonviolent disruption in our country, a 28-day sit-in by people with disabilities. Now it worked. It changed lives. It changed my life. It's changed your lives. In the 80s, I got to attend a public university because of that Rehab Act. But there were no ramps. There were no power doors. There was no accessible dorms. And they barely knew what an accommodation was. I was the one student in a sea of 35,000 others. But the university had to comply. They had to adapt. I was a test case, a guinea pig, like so many of you out there in your community. We paved the way, not just for ourselves, but for all of those who have come after us. Every door we open, we make it easier for the next person to walk through or to roll through. On July 26, 1990, President H. Bush stood before the nation and declared, "Let that shameful wall of exclusion come tumbling down." Think about what had happened just a year earlier. The Berlin Wall had come down. With the signing of the ADA, we received civil rights. We received protections that empowered us to work, to travel, to learn, and to live with dignity. Since then, our voices have only gotten stronger. We have reshaped the way public policy is affected. We have changed our schools. We have changed our workplaces. We have changed our communities. We have influenced design, technology, media, theme parks, even cruise ships. Here in Panama City, a brand new accessible beach is being built, right? One with universal inclusion. This is progress we can see and feel. This is tangible. Let's be clear, guys. This ain't charity. It's good business. Companies are realizing what we, people with individuals with disabilities, have always known, that inclusion drives innovation. Think of the electric toothbrush, voice to text that everyone uses while driving, right? The modern keyboard that we use on our computers. Guess what, guys? That was all derived from accessible innovation, right? We, people with disabilities, improve things for everybody. When I teach my students, many who have no visible disability, or some at all, I remind them that these laws, the technologies, help everyone. That they're not just for JR or Elijah or anyone else who might be in this room today. They are for those without disabilities too. Because disability isn't a if, guys. It is a when. If you live long enough, you get the privilege of joining the family. So whether it's age, injury, illness, or accident, access and accommodation benefit everyone. You see, this is a great time to be alive and thriving because we're making a difference one barrier at a time. We've heard high school graduation rates of people with disabilities are at record rates. Post-secondary, we represent 15% of the population. And perhaps most significant is we represent 20% of the American workforce. Our employment numbers are higher than they have ever been since they started tracking it in 1988. We have reached 40% of our population engaged in meaningful employment. Remote work, folks, remember COVID, right? Well, that remote work problem shattered the stigma. Technology opened doors, and it proved what we've always known, that we're not just capable of contributing, we are essential to the bottom line. Still, many of our peers do not choose to disclose their disabilities. Some fear a bias or misunderstanding. So our work is not yet finished. No, it's not. And that's why we're here today. There's more ground to cover in housing, transportation, recreation, education, and yes, employment. We have the ADA. We have the Rehab Act. We have Employment First. We have a growing arsenal of other tools like AI, adaptive technology, natural supports, and perhaps the most important one, the right attitude, guys. Right, these tools will help us build an even better and more inclusive future. So today, let's share some stories. Let's build some new connections. Let's learn something new from one another. Let's dare to imagine a future where everyone, regardless of their ability, can live boldly, work fully, and play joyfully. We're not just surviving, we are thriving. So I hope you are enjoying today's lessons. I hope you get to make some new friends. I thank you for taking the time to come. I hope you learned something. And most importantly, I hope you take action to build our community better. So thank you. Before I leave the stage, and the more important speaker, is I'm going to introduce this gentleman, if that's okay, Dr. Clark. Okay, is I've learned and known of him for a couple of years now. I've learned much from him. He's held various leadership positions in the University of Choice group. He teaches in our school systems. He tutors math and science guys, of stem cell calculus. Thank God I don't have to do that anymore. He knows sign language. He's a frequent volunteer with the IDD population. He's an FSU grad. He's going to be co-presenting at the upcoming Family Cafe in about a month down in Orlando, right? And he's currently applying to graduate school. So please, let's give Mr. Elijah Toomey, my friend and leader, applause.
Hey everybody, my name's Elijah. I know we're all really eager for lunch, but if you can get through one more presentation, then we'll get to lunch, I promise. All right, thank you for the introduction, Dr. Harding, and thank you to the Florida State University Panama City team for inviting me to be here today. It really is an honor to be a part of the Northwest Florida's inaugural Disability Conference. I'm truly humbled by the opportunity presented to myself today and by the community that has rallied together in support of something that is so integral to my self-existence. In addition, I am filled with exuberance to see what develops from the outcomes of this conference and how both my fellow members and non-members of the disability community can benefit. So, to begin, can everyone please repeat after me? Watch me. Watch me is a phrase that expresses confidence and determination. It is often used to encourage someone to perform at their best or to demonstrate their capabilities. Watch me, mommy, daddy, grandma, grandpa. It's something we've all heard children say, but what does it really mean? A child saying watch me is their way of expressing to you that A, they might be about to do something insanely dangerous that will probably make you sweat or cry or something in between, but most importantly, B, they are going to attempt that triple backflip off the hood of your car because in that child's mind, they are so confident in their ability that there is zero chance that they could fail. How come, as we grow older, we stop saying, watch me? Again, everyone repeat after me. Watch me. Keep that in mind as we discuss today. Before we begin talking about me too much, I want to address the topic of post-secondary education. By a show of hands, arms, limbs, whatever, who attended a higher educational institute and completed and earned their degree? Okay, pretty much the majority of people here are either in the process or done some sort of college education. Wasn't easy, was it? I'd be willing to bet that not a single person here would want to have to go through that experience again. I think that most people here would agree that all the current knowledge that they now have, that they would do things differently one way or another. Whether it would have been to take one less class in a semester, maybe wait to have children, or have gone to maybe a few more parties just because you feel like you didn't get the full undergraduate experience without them. As a matter of fact, let's all try a little exercise. So for those that are able and want to participate, I want everyone to close your eyes. Now imagine back to when you were finishing high school and think about how excited you were to start adulthood. Keeping your eyes closed, now continue then imagine that you're going to the next phase of life. Whether it be school or work with all the knowledge that you currently have, feels awesome, right? Now, the next time you open your eyes, imagine that you lose not only the knowledge you have currently, but you lose everything. You lose your ability to walk, to eat, to talk, and even to move. You forget the connections that you have made with the people that love you. You will forget your name, but most importantly, you forget how to think. Everyone can open their eyes now. Pretty scary to think about, right? How are you just never going to open your eyes again? How are you going to be told that you have everything at your fingertips just for it to be ripped away from you in a fraction of a second? Well, that scary thought is in fact my reality. In 2016, I was the exemplification of exquisite physical health for an adolescent male. I was intelligent, athletic, and what I had considered at the time the peak of my career. Watch me get a good grade on this test. Watch me make a play in the field. Watch me earn my driver's license. Watch me do anything and everything because the sky was the limit. I was a senior in high school. I was getting ready to graduate and had already been accepted to FSU for the fall semester. I told my family, my friends, my girlfriend at the time, and just about anyone that would take the time to hear me say, I got accepted to FSU. Now watch me. The future was looking bright for a young 17-year-old man. I had everything going for me and nothing to worry about, but then I suddenly fell terribly ill. I was diagnosed with fungal meningitis that eventually led to me having an ischemic stroke. My entire future was stripped from me. In an instant, my livelihood was gone. At 17 years old, I was diagnosed with valley fever, living out the end of my high school career, my senior year in the hospital. After my stroke, I was placed into a medically induced coma for 3 days. I went from being a bold, strong-willed, and nearly independent young adult to nothing but a colossal infant in the literal blink of an eye. I remember a nurse wheeling me down to a CT scan and describing an immense amount of excruciating pain in my head. During the CT scan, I suffered the stroke. Moments later, nothing. Total nothingness. A complete silence had overcome me. A blissfully pain-free non-existence. Now, imagine going to bed at night, and when you wake up, you're floating on a raft in the middle of a lake in the middle of a jungle. Paralyzed, completely lifeless, lost, confused, and surrounded by a plethora of wild animals looking at you. Scary, I know. Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. That's how I felt when I saw my family. But to be fair, none of them, especially my mother, hadn't been able to rest at all while waiting for me to recover, but we'll talk about more about that later. I woke up and lost everything. As someone who was always so confident and well articulated, I lost my voice. As a growing teen with a big appetite, I lost my ability to swallow. As a future Seminole, I lost my ability to use my arm for the Seminole chop, as we all know. Oh, as an individual human, I lost everything that made me, me. Because you see, as a society, we preach that we are a product of our environment, that our experiences, our friends, our family, educational backgrounds, neighbors, all of it makes up who we are. But what happens when you wake up and don't recognize any of those things? When there's a constant flow between nature and nurture, nature, nurture, nature, and nurture, then suddenly it's just nature. But not the way that it was before. Oh no, it's not a blank slate. It is a blank slate, but it's a clean canvas, but there's a catch. That natural way of being or doing things doesn't exist anymore. And at any moment, a million things could go wrong to further disrupt this nature, as we call it. No longer was I saying, watch me, now I was saying, don't look at me. My community members involved in the disability community know about this experience all too well. How many families have dealt with a child who was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, then found out they had an ADHD diagnosis, and then on top of that, epilepsy, and then just for fun, let's throw in a latex allergy and everything else on top of that. Or for my chair users, how great is it when you finally start to relax and enjoy life and another lovely bed sore decides to pop up out of nowhere, or just another medical issue? Don't you ever just get to be, disabled? And the list goes on and on and on. The point is that people in the disability community are hoping for the best, but absolutely have to prepare for the worst. Am I right? What many of us have learned, and I know that Dr. Harding would certainly agree with me on this, is that when facing a disability, you have two options. You either succumb to the circumstances and ultimately die, or you focus on the good and you make the best of it because this is the hand you were dealt. No matter what your situation, there's a way to persevere and find success that will lead to a joyful and fulfilling life. Hopefully, most of us agree that the latter option is the better option. Coming back to my education, I applied these same principles to my studies. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret, but college is hard. And if you don't learn the way the educational system says you should be learning, or you can't move your body like 99% of the rest of the student population, then college is not designed for you to be successful. It's not. Post-stroke, I was in a very fragile state, both physically and mentally. I checked off both of these disqualifying boxes. I was entering my first year of college, going from this big old macho jock to a freshly new 18-year-old who needed help tying his shoes when they came undone. How was I going to earn a degree? How was I going to get this done, you might be asking. These were never thoughts that ran through my head, of course, because even though I had just endured one of the most traumatic experiences of my life, I still felt like me. Watch me, I said. Nobody was going to tell me that I couldn't hobble 2 miles across FSU's massive Tallahassee campus to get from my psychology class to Russian fairy tales, or that I would need help cutting my food because the muscles in my hand were weak. And certainly nobody could have mentally prepared me for how difficult school would be, especially for me. And I'm not talking in a way that most people imagine, because we already agreed that yes, college is hard, but in a way that I wasn't ready for. Being the overachieving, hard-headed son of a biscuit that I am, I signed up for a full course load and said, bring it on, FSU. I'm from Chicago. I moved to Florida. I've seen alligators. I let mom wax my eyebrows. I survived a stroke. This school just has some good football teams and lots of pretty girls. I can handle this. No problem. Big problem. I took 4 classes the fall of 2016. Failed all of them. I had never failed anything in my life. Spring semester, I said, okay, fine, that was a fluke. I took 4 more classes. Guess what? I failed all of them. Then I finally had a conversation with the dean. And remember how I mentioned that college isn't designed for people that do things differently? Yeah, well, I was now definitely one of those people that college was not designed for. So the dean advised that I go to community college and get my Associates of Arts degree, and then return once I had some experience on my belt. Oh boy, I never thought about community college before. I didn't even know how the acceptance process worked. Come to find out, it's fairly easy. As I'm sure some of you may know, there's not really an acceptance process, but it was the best decision of my life. Smaller class sizes make the transition so much smoother and give you that more one-on-one interaction that is especially needed as someone with a disability. Because when you say, hey, teach, watch me, in a class of 30 students, it has way more power than in a room with 300 of your peers. Because I was new to the disability world, I didn't know how to navigate my way around it. I wasn't used to needing special treatment. I wasn't used to being told that I wasn't ready to face a challenge because of something I can't change about my body or my mind. I was still me. Watch the old me. My mindset was stuck. It took me a long time to learn this, but eventually I figured out that the disability doesn't define me. I was right. I was still me, but a new version of me. Elijah 2.0, if you will. A new model that had a whole new perspective on life and simply had to relearn. Watch the new me. What made post-secondary education so hard for me was the fact that I had never expected to relearn how to learn. I was always a well-rounded student. I was polite, ambitious, friendly, participated in lots of activities, and most of all, I had great grades. All of a sudden, math, my favorite subject in the world, became one of my worst subjects, along with chemistry and biology and statistics, and ironically, even college success was a really difficult class for me. When I woke up from my coma, I had to learn everything again. How to walk, how to talk, how to eat, how to move, who the people in my room were. I even had to retrain my brain to make the neural connections to see out of my left eye. Why would I expect learning to be any different? I had to put in time and effort to teach my brain essentially how to function all over again. I learned to walk and was potty trained twice before I was even legally able to buy myself a drink after a long, hard day of work. But you know what? I told myself every day, I did it once. Everyone in here in this room has learned to walk or to move or to use the bathroom once before. And I know how to do these things. You all know how to do these things. Watch me. I can do it again. And I did. As a member of the disability community, I now had to do things differently than all those previous years. Before you can do anything, though, you must surround yourself with a good support group. It is so important to have people in your corner that can support you. Be a shoulder to cry on, an ear to listen to, or help take some of the burdens off your plate. This goes for individuals with disabilities and their caregivers because it's a heck of a lot easier to stay positive when there is a positive community around you. I know she doesn't want me to do this, but I just want to throw a quick shout out to my fiercest and most loyal support person, my mom. She's over here sobbing. Summer to me. Wave, Mom. Thank you, Mom. Love your mom. But how do you find success in a post-secondary education as an individual with disability? For me, I found that there were 3 major points that were substantial in my experiences. First off, I had to get comfortable with advocating for myself. I often found that if I approached my instructors and said, hey, I know this is going to sound crazy and I'm young, but last year I had a stroke, long story, and I can't walk well, so I'm probably going to be late to class every single day. And I can't guarantee that your instructors are going to respond and always be nice, but instructors are humans too, and capable of compassion and understanding. And oftentimes it worked out in my favor. Number 2, you absolutely must get comfortable with asking for help. You don't need a PhD to know that people with disabilities are going to need a little help from time to time. That's human nature. We all need a little help, some of us more than others, but it's normal to need help. On the flip side, it's also completely normal not to ask for help. But in higher education, you will get nothing if you don't ask for it. You must approach the institution and oftentimes your instructors as well and tell them, hey, I'm struggling with this. I need help. There is so much power in asking for help, and it not only empowers you as the individual, but also establishes rapport with your instructor to help you throughout your educational experience. Lastly, Amber Wagner talked about this a lot, but you must register for your accommodations. Section 504 in the Americans with Disabilities Act ensures that universities have to provide educational accommodations that create equal educational access. Even if you don't think the accommodations will be valuable to you now, trust me when I say it is much easier to have extra accommodations and not need them than to suddenly realize an accommodation is needed, but you're already halfway through the semester. Now accommodations have certainly become more prevalent and grown over the last 35 years, but we are in a constant evolution of disability rights. On the topic of COVID-19, coronavirus was a tragic time for everyone. As we all remember, and was especially devastating for education, but there was one silver lining in the mix of disarray. At the peak of COVID times, pretty much everyone was meeting via Zoom. Now, this educational style isn't exactly ideal, but for someone with a disability that was constantly in and out of the hospital dealing with health issues, Zoom made school accessible. For the first time, I didn't feel like the minority when asking for accommodations because everyone needed an accommodation. Students were being required to have a stable, high-speed internet connection, a computer, a webcam, and a quiet location to sit in for class. Suddenly, the people without disabilities were having issues with accessing the classroom because their dog ate their computer wiring, or issues with understanding the material because they had poor internet connection due to a storm, or anything of the like. Ever notice how needy people who have the least to complain about get when something doesn't go their way? I could sit up here for hours and talk you through all the ways to be successful in post-secondary education. But truth be told, there is no one-size-fits-all model. My disability experience isn't going to be the same as yours, or his, or hers, or anybody's. You honestly have to go out and figure things out through trial and error and figure out what you need to do to ensure that your needs are supported. But you have to try. I cannot stress this enough. Keep trying and keep pushing through. In special education, there is this concept called the least dangerous assumption, where in essence, it is an idea of inclusivity that assumes that an individual with a disability is just as capable of doing everything that someone without a disability can do. I share this with you because the next time a member of our disability community is challenged, support them and as you are by their side, you can encourage them by not only saying, watch me, but watch us. Thank you. Okay, I'm not sure how we're doing on time. I think I'm good. Okay, so I'm supposed to open the floor to questions if anybody has anything that they would like to ask me or talk about. For an incoming freshman, I would advise to just try things. I feel like I going into college, I had this idea of what it was going to be and that I wish that I tried more things and that I advocated for myself more. I feel like a lot of times, especially for individuals coming from K through 12, we as a minor, your parents advocate for everything, but when you get to higher education, your parents can't really do anything for you. And a lot of times people think that like their IEPs are going to transfer over into their higher education. And yeah, things from your IEP do transfer, but as an incoming freshman, especially with someone who's um, familiar with the disability community and coming in, so I was somebody who wasn't, but just try things that are new and advocate for yourself. You have to speak up for yourself and don't be afraid to say something. So working with the OAS office, there was a time where my accommodations weren't necessarily helping me, and I was taking classes and I'm taking all these intense heavy science and math classes, and my accommodations weren't working, and I went and talked to my instructor, and my instructor said, well, I can't do anything for you. So I went back to the Office of Accessibility Service and I said, hey, look, here, this is the accommodation I have. It's not working. How can we modify that? So and there is no one size fits all model, like I said, with accommodations, but it's really a conversation. You have to figure out what you need personally and use those things to your advantage.
Faye, I think you need to also speak at the youth summit.
Yeah, at the youth summit, I've talked to people from the youth summit before, and they've invited me. I just never have. I've spoken at Family Cafe before. I recommend that everyone here go to Family Cafe because this I know that the FSU Panama City team would like this to be Family Cafe one day. And Family Cafe is amazing. There's like over 10,000 people, and every single person is deeply rooted in the disability community. And it's wonderful. It's in Orlando. It's in June. I'll be there. Dr. Harding will be there.
Hi, I read that you will be continuing your graduate studies this fall. What will you be studying?
So my bachelor's is in behavioral neuroscience, and I was kind of drawn towards that just because of like all the medical things that I had going on in my life. But I would like to continue my studies with neuroscience. So I'm hoping to get accepted to a program in Europe. Fingers crossed. I have some interviews coming up. But I would like to continue studying neuroscience.
Thank y'all. Please give, an amazing testimony. I have a book for you, a gift from the committee. Let's grab lunch.
No. Dr.
adjournment.
Clark, slow down.
Yeah. Too
Okay,
fast.
so I know you're all anxious to get to lunch, but first we have a drawing. You all get a chance at winning something. Yeah. Okay, so you should have all received a ticket when you checked in. Please get that ticket out and look at the number on it. It probably in the back of your name tag. Let's see if I won. Okay. Okay. All right. So the winning ticket number is 616214. Do we have a winner?
Is that person here?
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Read the number one more time. If it's not, then we'll go to the-
616214.
All right. Read
Nope.
another number.
So sad. Too bad. All right. Second chance. Last three numbers are 2, 4, 5.
Oh.
Okay, well, congratulations. So this is for a 2-night, 3-day gift certificate for a hotel stay in a very nice hotel in Orlando. That it's actually the same hotel that Family Cafe will be hosted at.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead on and get us started. So welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your lunch, which was provided by our own Coachside Cafe here at FSU Panama City. So after some networking, I'm almost certain that you're ready to get back to work. Get my little pages here together. Wow. So our first speaker this afternoon is Marquise Blimt. Am I pronouncing the name right? What is it? It's what? Marquise. My French is awful. Marquise Blims, an assisted technology specialist from the Florida Alliance from Assistive Services and Technology, or FAST. She will be discussing the power of assistive technology and how FAST, where is she? Behind me, can help. Please give me a warm welcome for Ms. Blims. And then also, she's been married for 20 years, not 16.
You did good. It's Marqueses, but it's a really hard name. That's my dad's bad. Is anyone objecting to me standing here instead of there? Okay. Am I crackly? Okay. So that's a really heavily edited photo of me. You're welcome. I didn't realize it was going to be that close up on the. Okay, this is the clicker. And there's a forward button. Let's see. Oh, we can get rid of it. Okay. Seems to be working. Thanks, Deb. Okay, I'm Marqueses Blimes, and I'm here with FAST. FAST is an acronym for our name because our actual name is the Florida Alliance for Assistive Services and Technology. It's long. But it means something really important, and we will get to that. But first, I know you want to know all about me. So here we go. I am originally from Savannah, Georgia. Savannah, Georgia. Yes. Oh, I know Pooler. Oh, we didn't hang out with the Pooler folk. I'm just kidding. I have 3 sons over there. And 1 daughter who is clearly the star of the PowerPoint. That's Poppy, my dog. And I like gardening, drinking Dr. Pepper, and taking naps. Anyone else? Yes, yes. I see some nodding. Good. Y'all are my people. Before I started at FAST, I was working in a center for independent living, building ramps. So about 3.5, 4 years after I started there, it was time for air conditioning. And that brought me to FAST. Okay, so what FAST is Florida's Assistive Technology Act program. It was created right along with the Rehabilitation Act 30 years ago. I think we just celebrated our, 30-year anniversary. So we serve the entire state of Florida. We have 12 locations, and our services are totally free. Oh, and y'all can stop me in the middle if you have questions. I like to go off on sidebars. Oh, I need help from somebody. I need 2 volunteers. Richard? I need you to let me know when there's 5 minutes left. Mr. Toomey? I don't remember what the other favor was, but I'll get back to you. Okay, who remembers the name of us? No, not that name. Okay, and that's my speech. Thank you. Our mission is to improve the quality of life for Floridians with disabilities by increasing awareness of and access to assistive technology. And our vision is that every Floridian with a disability has the assistive technology they need to live their fullest life. Right, JR? Okay, don't read it. Stop reading it, you cheaters. Who in here is using assistive technology? Shh. This guy knows. Raise your hand, raise your hand. What'd you say? Say it again. Yeah, you. I did, but you shouted it out, so I want to hear you say it. Everyone, yes. Oh, I'm moving too far away. Who has a pair of glasses on or a smartwatch? Oh. Who uses cell phone, please? Yes, okay, good. Apple or Android? Don't tell me, I want to like you. Okay, assistive technology is anything used to increase our function, make our life easier, help us play, live, work independently. And an assistive technology service is any service that helps people use assistive technology, essentially. Get it, use it, learn about it, learn how to use it. I should probably look over here. Okay, somebody give me an example of how a piece of assistive technology can make someone's life better. Oh, yes, I like the shouting out. Y'all are good. I hear communication, hearing aids, GPS, yes. Yes, very good. Assistive technology. Alexa, yes. Smart home. Oh, one more, Sue. Rollator, yes, very good. Portable walker that has a seat, really good. Okay, so assistive technology can help us overcome barriers. Like we've heard some of our great speakers today talk about all of the things that they've overcome and the challenges that that people with disabilities face, and different ways, different tools that we use to move past those and succeed. Okay. Okay, so FAST serves everybody in Florida. Do you need to have insurance? No, I don't care. I don't care about your insurance. You don't need to have an IEP. I don't need a doctor's note. I need nothing. But you call me up, 1-844-FLFAAST, or go on the website, send me an email. I have cards. Come to the table with all the doodads and gadgets on it afterwards. See me. You just call and say, I am having trouble doing XYZ independently, and I'd like to figure out what tools might help me. Or my family member needs help. Or I'm a teacher, and I want to learn about what assistive technology is out there. Or I'm a therapist, and I want to try out an iPad with a communication app to see if it'll work for my client. Anybody in Florida. So these are the things we do, and I'm really talking fast because I think 12:17, I'm looking at your watch. You. The pretty one. 12:17. You got me, Richard? Okay. So we do public awareness and training. That's this, the public awareness. And then the training is we teach you, like if you already have an assistive technology device, say a screen reader, and all it does is read the home button over and over again, like the home, 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 home. I can come help you fix that. Or somebody from FAST can help you fix that. Training, information and assistance, questions answered about assistive technology, device demonstrations, short-term loans, and financial loans. I have a slide for each of these, so I don't know why I just read that. Okay, public awareness, what we're doing now. I can't read that. I'm going to turn this way. We tell about why assistive technology is important, how to find it, how to best match it to your specific individual needs, information on how to afford it, and one-on-one assistive technology assessments and trainings. Believe it or not, there are actually many people that I've taught how to turn on their cell phone because they didn't realize it was off and it wasn't working. Hey, no judgment. I am not a tech guru. I mean, my boss is back there. Yes, I am. I'm the best. This is Tim. I don't know why my slide is messed up, but what it says is just call Tim. He is our information and assistance guy. If you call 1-844-FLFAAST, Tim will actually answer the phone. He is very committed to that because when he calls somewhere and no one answers, and it's like you have to leave an email or a voicemail, he hates that. He's old school. Somebody needs to pick up the phone. Tim actually picks up the phone. You can ask him anything about assistive technology in Florida, anything about assistive technology services in Florida. Generally, I think he knows the answers, but if he doesn't, he will follow up, find you the answers. He's like the above and beyond guy, which is why he gets a slide with his face on it. Yay, Tim. Oh, somebody call him and tell him Marquesa says hi. I say that at every presentation, nobody ever does it. Today's the day. I feel it. Device demonstrations, okay. Say you are having trouble using the computer. The regular computer mouse doesn't work for you. In this particular picture, we have a child using an adaptive mouse. So what we would do is bring you in and sit down and try out several different types of communication. Computer mice, and see which one is going to work the best for you. See which types of features are good and which handle grips are bad, and ooh, I hate that one, but let's try this one. So we have a ton of those types of adapted mice, and we can try out. And then, don't skip ahead. Okay, we have a lending library. So people, when people decide what they like, what they think is going to work, they can take it home, just like you would a library book. Keep it at home, take it to school, take it to work. I don't care what you do with it. Just, Hey, Tim. I love this place. This guy should get the prize. Okay, where was I? No, that was a mistake. Richard, where was I? I don't think Richard loves me as much as I thought he did. Okay. I'm teasing you. Take the device home, try it at work, try it at school, whatever it's for. I want you to take it out in the world, see if it works for you. If you find out immediately that it's not the one, call me back and we'll take it back and try a different one. Now, we do not sell things. Do we sell things? Thank you. I always feel with our cute little table, people are like not wanting to approach because it definitely looks like we're selling things. We're not. We're just a library. People can borrow things. People borrow things to help them make a decision on what's going to be the best fit to serve as a loaner device while they wait for theirs to be repaired or they're waiting for funding, or to provide an accommodation on a short-term basis. Say if you had an injury and you need a knee walker, like the fabulous one we saw cruise down the ramp earlier. That was amazing. He went so fast. He's not listening. Love it. And or professional development. So if maybe you work at Division of Blind Services and you want to get better at learning how to use JAWS for a computer, so you borrow a laptop from FAST, take it home and practice your little heart out. Please come back and teach me how it works. 30 to 45-day loans, and we pay for shipping. If you live farther away, we can ship it to you as long as you keep the box and the bubble wrap. Please keep the bubble wrap. We have a return shipping label in the box. So trying to make it as easy and accessible as possible. And again, with our 12 locations throughout the state, we travel around a good bit, and we want to make it so that assistive technology is available to all Floridians, because all Floridians deserve to have the tools that they need to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Amen. Oh, yes, let's go to church. Oh, okay. These are the categories of assistive technology that we have. Somebody from the way back, give me an example of vision technology that is not Braille, because that's what's in the picture, or eyeglasses. Way back left, bearded, cutie pie with the beard. Yeah, and the orange shirt. Yeah, y'all can help him. I meant the people at his table, smarty pants. Yell it out. Audiobook. Yes, perfect. Do we have those in our library? Yes, we do. And devices you can listen to them on. Devices with a built-in GPS you can listen to them on while you're walking. Okay, we gotta speed up. Speech and communication. Beautiful lady with the gray hair and the nice necklace. Talk to text. Yeah, very good. Just like JR said, we're talking in the car, driving, texting. Okay, good, good, good. Hearing, I think we talked about hearing aids. We don't sell or have those in our library. Okay, we don't sell anything. We don't have those in our library, but we do have personal FMs and other kinds of hearing devices. Personal FMs, what are some other ones? They've all fled my mind. Yes, Tim answers that too, TTY. No, we don't provide those. But we have devices that do pair with those things, like the Bluetooth amplifiers and things like that. Any like really specific questions, come to the table and we'll talk. Or you can ask them now and I'll answer them and then we'll run out of time. Richard. No! Okay, the idea is so many different types of devices to help people live their lives exactly how they want and deserve to, the best of their ability. You gotta hang on, baby. Okay, financial loans is our last program. We provide, we can be like a direct lender where people can borrow up to $25,000 to purchase the assistive technology they need. Where's Jacqueline? Okay, Jacqueline, quickly, come up, give me a 20-second. Nah, give me like a minute-long explanation. I don't care how long you talk. This is Jacqueline. She has used our program.
Okay, I work as a social work case manager in Tallahassee. Actually, their office is not far from ours. I was at work one day, just running around, took my hearing aids out, just chilling. And I go back to find my hearing aids, one is missing. I looked everywhere for it for about 2 days, could not find it. Even my coworkers came in and helped me look for it. I think I had put out a plea on Facebook. I cannot find my hearing aid and find a second hearing aid because you don't have to have 2 hearing aids to function. Well, eventually a friend of mine was like, oh, FAST actually does loans, loans for, financial hearing aid. And I called my hearing aid provider and they told me that since I was still under warranty with my current hearing aids, it would only be $500 replacement. At the time, you're in between payday and, reality, so you can't do anything. So I was able to go online and fill out an application for a hearing aid loan, for a hearing aid financial loan. They financed it. It actually goes up. That actually helped your credit too. And for $500, I was able to get my other hearing aid replacement. I still have not found that other hearing aid though, but I'll probably find it about when we move.
You did good. That was probably like 2 minutes. Okay, Eric, anything I left out on the financial loans? That's Eric. He's my boss. Tell him how great I am. Yes. AT Bay. Oh, AT Bay, like eBay. That's cute. We'll talk after. Okay, so this is how you access us. Remember, just call me or email me or call Tim. Yeah, I think that's
Can you tell us how FAST is funded? Is it funded through
I'm Katie now.
legislative appropriations or grant funding?
Thank you. Great question. That was on the very first slide. I missed it. I'm Katie now. Just kidding. Just kidding. Federally and state funded.
Federally and state.
If anyone wants to make a donation, though, we're here for that. Done. Any questions? So when we're talking about environmental adaptations, as far as assistive technology, we're looking at ramps that can help people into their home. But the ones we have in our library, obviously are only for like a one-step ramp. We can borrow things like that. Environmental adaptation includes Alexa, so you can control your environment with your voice. Being able to turn on the lights with your voice when you're sitting in a dark room is really impactful for, Yes. So I serve this area in like far yonder, hither, thither, around here, and we're in Tallahassee, but I do travel. We have 12 locations across the state. Come to my table. I have a handout for that.
All right, please join me in giving Ms.
Thank
Williams a big round of applause.
I'm glad that she listed recreation, because I was gonna say my motorcycle helps me. Can't you see it with my hair just blowing in the wind? I know. You don't believe that my hair blows in the wind. Helen, will you tell her that eyebrows blow in the wind? I want to talk to you about your time in Savannah too. I spent a long time there. I have the awesome pleasure of introducing Dr. Brent Decker. Dr. Decker is a licensed psychology and mental health counselor who has been in private practice for 36 years. Dr. Decker specializes in psychological and psychoeducational evaluations. In addition to a diagnosis of psychiatric disorders, his specialties include autism spectrum disorder, attention deficit, learning disability, and dyslexia. He will be speaking on the topic of testing. This is critically important. So let's give Dr. Decker a big warm applause.
Well, thank you all for being here today. I just want to first say how humbled and inspired I am by all the presenters and all the people who have spoken before me. I just wanted to give a thank out for Florida State University, Gulf Coast State College, and all the vendors who come in here today. Wanted to say also a special thank you for Stacy Pelham here at Florida State for Special Student Services, and at Gulf Coast State College, Bonnie Fair and her very helpful assistant, Katrina. You should be getting a handout that has a case study we're going to get into just in a moment that covers a 19-year-old college student that I was going to go over, kind of explain psychological testing. So today we're going to talk about psychological testing. You've heard a lot of providers talk about the services they give. I'm going to talk about how the testing can assist in that. So we're going to talk about IQ testing. We're going to get a bit into kind of processing speed, how that relates to ADHD. But first, I just want to go through just a couple numbers here about colleges and about disability services. In 2025, there's 19.25 million college students here in the United States. There's over 5,900 colleges. If we look at the U.S. Census numbers in 2023, 13.6 of the civilian population have some sort of mental health disability, and that turns out to about 40 million people. When we look at specifically at disabilities, I heard some numbers mentioned earlier, but in a study by the National Center of Educational Statistics, 2019 to 2020, 21% of all enrolled students, undergrads, had some sort of disability. 11% of all graduate students, 28% of undergraduate student veterans had some sort of disability. 20% of graduate student veterans had a disability. Unfortunately, only about 8% of those people receive services. And a lot of times they just don't know about them. Now, briefly, I just wanted to also kind of talk about why this is so important that we follow up with special student services. Looking at a study, beginning post-secondary students longitudinal study, 23% of undergraduates who reported and received services for disability in 2012 graduated. And that's compared to 38% of all undergrads who did not report a disability. When we look at how getting services early makes a difference later, I want to just look at a baccalaureate and beyond study that looked at 10 years after receiving a bachelor's degree. When people do get the services that we've been talking about today, that individuals with a disability average a salary of $69,000, where an average income of people, graduates without a disability, is $77,000. When we look at it just a little bit further, 55% of graduates with disability own a home, compared to 63% of graduates who did not have a disability but also graduated. And if we look at just a tad bit further, 80% of graduates with disability have an IRA account. 87% of graduates who do not have a disability have a retirement account. So like I say before, unfortunately, 70% of students with mental health disabilities are not registered to receive accommodations, and about a third of those just say they weren't aware of them. So just real briefly today, I just want to highlight on IQ testing. The first IQ test was given back in 1904 by Alfred Binet, and this is when they looked at French students in public schools. The test we're going to look at today is the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale 5. Now, the first Wechsler was developed in 1955 by David Wechsler in New York City, and that was at Bellevue Hospital. Now, the WAIS 5 was put out in 2024. Now, just to kind of understand a little bit about this test, it was based on a standardized sample of 2,200 individuals. And the Wechsler test, it goes from age 16 to 90. Now, just a couple kind of highlights about the IQ test. The average IQ is 100. The average range where, if we look at standard deviations, again, not to get too technical, the standard deviation is 15. If we look at individuals that 68% of all individuals who take an IQ test, their score is somewhere between 85 and 115. If we look at 95% of any person taking an IQ test, two standard deviations, that score goes from 70 to 130. Now, I think a common question sometimes people will ask is, well, what's the highest IQ? I've personally never seen this, but they say it can be up to 160. So if you would, let's take a look at if you go to page 2 in your handout, I'm going to chronicle a 19-year-old female. She was going into her sophomore year in college. Now, when a psychological test is given, in my case, I like to interview the individual, hear their background, educational history, and we do a number of tests. I often have that person fill out, if it's ADHD, we're looking at an ADHD screen. Also, we have available an observer form they can do. When we look at the IQ test itself, again, if you would look at it's page 2 in your handout, I just want to make sense of this, because sometimes people in this room have seen IQ tests, but sometimes it can be a little confusing. So if you look at the top there, it says composite score summary. The way the IQ test is put together, there's 5 subgroups, and these include verbal comprehension. The next one's visual spatial, fluid reasoning, working memory, and then processing speed. Each of these subtests are worth 20% each of the overall 100% score on the full scale IQ. Now, when you look at verbal comprehension, this test is made up of several smaller tests. One is called similarities, and this is a test where the individuals ask how 2 words are common. Now, the IQ test is often scored, it's not a multiple choice test, but instead it's a test where a person's asked a question and there's a 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, or 2 answer, with 2 being the optimal or the highest answer. So similarity is the first test. That's where you're asked how 2 words are like. Vocabulary is where individual goes through defining words. Information, I sometimes call it my Trivial Pursuit subtest. This is where it's just kind of factual questions. Comprehension, this is a little confusing. You want to think it's reading or listening comprehension, but instead it often has to do more with kind of social morals. The next group of tests, block design. This is a test where an individual is given red and white and blocks, and they're shown a picture, and they have to put these in a specific design. The visual puzzles, this is a test where an individual is shown a picture, And the picture is broken into 3 parts, and down below they have 6 options, and you have to pick which 3 would make that up. When we get into the fluid reasoning, the matrix, the individual is shown a design, and there's a part of the design that's missing. They're asked to find that out. Figure weights, this is a test where an individual is showing scales. So there'll be like one yellow square and 2 blue triangles, and then there'll be 2 to 4, and they'll just see which one would fit in. The math, the arithmetic, this is a test where an individual is just asked orally, not without any paper, to complete some math questions. I'm going to go ahead and skip on over to page 2. And I'm going to kind of look at just a couple of the subtests here. One of them is called digits forward. This is a test where the individuals, we start with 2 digits and we increase by 1 each time, and to see how far they can go without making mistakes. The digits backwards, this is where an individual is asked, I would say like 1, 2, 3, and they would be asked to say 3, 2, 1. Now, an area that I really want to spend a little time on, and we're going to look at in this case study, is processing speed. The coding test, this is a test where the individual is shown numbers that go 1 to 9. And under each of these numbers, there's a specific design. And there's a practice. I do a few, and then they do a few. And then they're given 2 minutes to see how fast they can go. And we're trying to replicate or imitate almost like note-taking, which is a highly important skill to have in college and really in life in general. The symbol search is another important test. This is a test where the individual is shown a list, it's 5 designs, and there's 2 on the left and there's 5 on the right. And what they're asked to do is the 2 that are on the left, on the right side, there'll either be 1 match or none. And they're asked to, again, both in the coding test and the symbol search test, they're given 2 minutes to go as fast as they can. So I'm going to, if we could, go to page 3. Excuse me. Let's go back, if we could, to page 2 in the handout. The reason I'm taking on this specific case is I'm taking a look at a case that often when we look at attentional problems relating to college, the individual will come in and they'll present, I just can't keep up when the teacher's talking, or I just need extra time to get the test done. They're all done and I still have a bunch left. So that's why the processing speed is such an important aspect of this. And the reason I wanted to do the case study today is often when we look at attentional issues, we often feel like visually the person has to show a lot of hyperactivity. They have to be restless, squirmy, and just a kind of a generalization, women have better social skills than us guys. Often when we are sitting there, we're just moving around if the typical ADHD case is occurring, where women sometimes it's not even seen. And this is where a lot of individuals will not have the appropriate services till, unfortunately, till very late in their academic career. So we're going to take a look at this test today, and I just want to kind of highlight a couple of things. When you look at the composite score summary, the composite score, as I said earlier, the average IQ goes 90 to 109. So you'll notice this particular individual, her verbal comprehension is 111. So if I compare her to other 19-year-olds across the United States, her score would be in the 77th percentile. So what that means, if I had 100 people in a room, only 23 would be ahead of her. When we look at that 95% confidence interval, we're just basically saying if it's a good day, a bad day, somehow her score is going to be somewhere in that range. And in the qualitative description, as we said, average 90 to 109, high average 110 to 119. And so you know she did really well there. The visual spatial, this is when we look at future predictability based on the IQ test, the two best predictors for future success, one is the vocabulary subtest, which kind of makes sense. If you think about so much of what we do is reading, interpreting, defining, understanding. The other one is the block design test. I briefly discussed that earlier. This is a test, again, where you're shown red, white, white and red blocks and have to put them together. And it's really a measure of intuitive knowledge. So if you look at her case, her vocabulary score on that verbal comprehension, the second one down, you know she's in 84th percentile. So that's a really good score. So again, it's not like she's receiving a B. It means if I had 100 19-year-olds in that room, only 16 would be ahead of her. If you look at the block design, you'll notice she had a score of 91. Again, just a really good score. So the likelihood of this individual having success would be high. Now, I need to say, when she came to see me, it was because she had struggled in that freshman year. And she had been a really strong student in high school. And we have to keep in mind, in high school, there's often a lot of structure. And structure and ADHD are very good friends. You know, often parents are right behind the individual. Our assignments getting done, you know, on school on time, you getting, you know, going to classes. And when you get to college, it's kind of, you know, you're free, you know, a lot of times free from parents, free from supervision. And a lot of times people with ADHD really struggle with that. But again, this is a girl who performed very good in high school, but had struggled in her freshman year. So we're going to turn to page, we're going to turn to page 2 in the handouts. And I want to come down and look at the coding test. So whereas earlier you noticed that she, her verbal skills, vocabulary was better than 84 out of 100, her ability to put blocks together was better than 9 out of 10 people, all of a sudden, when we started to look at her ability to take notes, to kind of go fast, to put designs under numbers, all of a sudden now 50 out of 100 people were ahead of her. Now, the symbol search, you'll notice that score was a little higher, and this is not so uncommon. On the coding test, the individual has to actually write in the design, whereas in the symbol search, all they have to do is draw a line through it. And if you think about it, with people with ADHD, the more you write, the more difficulties you often have. So now that you have a little understanding of that, let's come on back to page 1 in the psychological testing format. And if you look down on the top where it says composite score summary, you'll notice her verbal comprehension was, again, 77 out of 100. But if you look down a little further, the processing speed, 82 out of 100 were ahead of her. So there's just almost kind of diametrical differences. Verbal, putting things together, visual. This is individual better than 8 out of 10 people. But when I ask her to take notes or do something quickly, all of a sudden, 82 out of 100 were ahead of her. Now, she still had an IQ of 110, which was high average, but you can see how she was greatly handicapped in this, and how this would justify receiving accommodations at college. I want to go just a little bit further. If you turn to page 3 in the handout, I actually went ahead and incorporated, when I do the test, we don't just do the IQ test, but we do a variety of other tests because I think it's real important to look at. You can never have enough information in evaluating someone. So I just want to highlight a little bit what we call the Wechsler Individual Achievement Test. This is a test that when you look at learning disabilities, for instance, a learning disability occurs when the achievement score is 22 points below the IQ score. So in her case, remember, she had an IQ of 110. So in order to have a learning disability, her score, achievement scores would have had to have been 22 points below that. So I just want to kind of highlight a few things. The second one down is called word reading. This is a test where the individual is asked just to read off a list of words. And the words go from kind of easy to hard, and you're just pronunciating them. The orthographic fluency, this is a test where the individual is given 30 seconds. And again, the words go from easy to hard. They're not quite as complex as the word reading, and the person is asked to read very quickly. You notice in both of these tests, she did very well. She was then asked to do what we call numerical operations. This is a test where You're not timed, but you kind of start from kind of basic math and actually go all the way up to calculus. And her score on that was 99, so it's in the average range. But I want to highlight another thing that sometimes gets missed in these tests is then I did some speed-driven tests. So the addition, subtraction, and multiplication, these are tests that she was given a minute each to go as fast as she could. She was given 48 items on the first two and 40 on the last one. And again, when you start to notice the speed, you see how if you look to the far right, third one down, furthest to the right, her math skills, now they're not, she's in college, but she has a 10th grade math skill. But notice now when we take a look at her scores, when we're doing the speed, her addition in a minute goes down to 6th grade, subtraction 7th grade, and then multiplication 5th grade. So again, you see how speed can vary in a very significant way, be detrimental in functioning. I just want to take on one final test. If you look at the very last page, I also do tests for people who are taking the SAT, sometimes, the GRE, licensing exam, teacher's licensure, dental licensure, the bar exam. And this is a test that they require. And I just want to kind of show this to you because, again, it's interesting when you look at the time factor. So this test is kind of broken into two parts. The vocabulary, the individual is given 80 questions, and they really not go from easy to hard. They're just kind of a steady 80 questions, and they're given 15 minutes to see how far they can go. In her case on this one, she was in the 12th grade. Now, when I had the same 80, but different questions, similar difficulty, when we pushed that to 24 minutes, notice she went up to 14.5, so it was almost a 2.5 letter grade improvement. Now, the comprehension, this is definitely kind of SAT level. The individual is given 38 questions, and they're shown like several paragraphs, and on the back side, there's 5 or 6 questions to answer, and this comes together for the 38 questions. When she was given 20 minutes, she's at 14th grade, and notice when she was given the 32 minutes, it went all the way up to 16th grade. So I just want to kind of highlight that you see when you take your time and you look beyond the overt or the out, what people appear, that there can be a lot of challenges. And again, I want to pull out a case of a female because I think many women are underserved in getting ADHD issues addressed. So I've covered a lot. I know testing can be a little confusing. I wanted to give maybe a few minutes for maybe people have some questions or any comments about any experiences they've had with testing or any questions generally about testing.
So my question is, when a person gets tested and they get a diagnosis, why in later testing would they get a different diagnosis than what they were given during the first test?
Well, let's look at it. There are a couple of factors there. Now, I will say it's a couple of things about the IQ test. The IQ test, a score you might receive in grade school, unless you continue to learn at a rapid rate, it typically will decline a bit. Now, I'm also going to say, I remember years ago, if you didn't have a diagnosis by 7 or 8 of ADHD, often it's believed you just don't have it. And you can see how so many people who don't show the overt hyperactivity, it's just missed. So sometimes, again, particularly with ADHD too, when you look at intellect, structure, I always use the example of like being on an assembly line. And when that assembly line goes faster and faster and faster, and it does when you go from 5th grade to 10th grade to go into college, if you just reach a point where your IQ is challenged, and sometimes that's when maybe an ADHD diagnosis will appear later that didn't maybe appear earlier. But I really think, in mental health issues, sometimes issues don't arise early, may arise later. Sometimes people get help for mental health issues. They have a problem earlier, and some of those can be mitigated.
So one of the questions I have, and listening to you explain this, crazy, do you find over your years of testing the technology increase has changed the way that you are assessing where they're at. In other words, there's a lot more focus on technology, phones, they're on them all the time. People are on them all the time. How does that affect?
Well, I would also, I'd make a comment. I think in some ways it's been a little bit of the negative of that, I often think about, if you're going to do a sporting event, you train for it. I think people, they often look at going to college as what's going to be fun and football game, but they forget that, it's an academic challenge. And I think tragically in today's society, there's so few people who actually read books and do things like that. So I think we're seeing kind of a breakdown and sometimes surprising people's vocabulary skills, even their fund of knowledge are just not maybe what I saw years ago. And I just think that if you're going to train to be a student, you need to be reading, it needs to be part of your life. And I think it's hard to say that to young people when, the games are so easily, so stimulating, fun, and you can get so much immediate gratification that you just can't get out of a book.
So Dr. Decker, let me ask the other side of that question. How has AI and other emerging technologies helped you to do your job better?
Well, I would say I personally feel that there's no shortcut in doing a good job. I personally do all my own testing. I don't have a psychometrician or anybody working with me. I feel like I need to sit down with that person, go all the way through the testing process. One of the things I do for my younger students or younger clients, I actually have the parents sit in the room because I think it's very important, one, for them to see how their child is so there's no confusion when we talk about findings later. But also I think it's helpful for them they don't often get a chance to see what happens in a classroom. So if the child's standing, getting up, walking around, they're not surprised later. But I personally don't do a lot of AI. I think you have to put your hands on, you have to see people. So I don't really incorporate any of that into my report. I will say it's kind of interesting. I will just vicariously hearing students talk about sometimes how they write reports of how they can produce a report in 10 minutes through AI. I kind of, it's just a world I just didn't know of. So, but personally, I think that's why, and when I do the testing, it typically takes 2 or 3 sessions, 2 or 3 hours to do all the testing. Then you go over the results.
Final question.
I've read a lot of research that says that standardized testing is a little antiquated, and some of our standardized testing methods like IQ testing don't necessarily reach some of our, I guess, neurodivergent learners or different learners, or even the issues with ADHD in the female population is that ADHD testing was necessarily designed for a male client. So how do you modify your evaluation process to an individual without biasing your evaluation process?
Well, I'm kind of guilty of being a little thorough. So when I work with people, I just do a lot of tests. And when you do enough tests, sometimes you may not see it from one test, but you'll see it from another test. But one thing I would say, it's interesting, there's a test we do for children who are up to 5 years old. It's called the Wexler Preschool and Primary Scale of Intelligence. And a couple of the pictures, one is of like a teapot, and another is, I think, and we don't even use those anymore. And kids don't even see it. So I will say that the tests, now this test just came out, the one I'm talking about, the adult one, but some of the other tests, yes, they can get outdated pretty quickly. And you look at it, that I do think certain cultures can really be missed in this. But I think in general, the IQ test does look at a lot of things that will be in college, reading, putting things together, free thinking. So I do think it's helpful. And as a result of that, it's certainly used when you do talk to somebody at Special Student Services at colleges. That's why they require this kind of testing, because the benefit it has, it's standardized to other people. And that's where a lot of other things aren't. So you do have a comparison how you stand compared to, say, in this girl's case, how she compared to other 19-year-olds across the United States.
Let's give Dr. Decker a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Dr. Decker, thank you so very much. And this is a token of our appreciation on behalf of the committee. Next, boy, how can I do this? First, I'm gonna tell you with no shame, I love this guy. He is no stranger. He is known throughout Northwest Florida. Ron Sharp, the president and CEO of the Arc of the Bay. Ron has held leadership positions for the past 20 years in area nonprofits. He joined the Arc of the Bay in 2015 as Director of Communication Development and was promoted to President and CEO, where he has served the past 10 years. Ron previously served at United Way of Northwest Florida. He is a good man. I love him, despite his one flaw, being a hurricane. Yours truly,
Cocaine's.
Ron Sharp.
Hey, well, good afternoon, guys. Again, thank you for everyone that came today. I hope it's been informative. And it's just the community, again, coming together I'll say in a minute, if I get it right. How about that? Disability inclusion. A little bit about, first of all, my why I am here today. First of all, my Lord and Savior. Had a brother who was hearing impaired and had cerebral palsy. Watched him go through the challenges, but like most individuals with disabilities, my mom, I would tell you, every House of Representative and Senator in Mississippi knew my mother, and she fought for my brother, and he overcome a whole bunch. But he is one of my whys, besides the ones that I am so blessed to serve. And he was known as the Donald. Who are we? I am the president and CEO for the Arc of the Bay, St. Andrew Bay Center, celebrating 68 years now here in Bay County. What do we do? The high level, but we teach life skills and job skills. We do everything we can to help them become more independent, just like you and I, earning a paycheck, being involved into the community. We're very excited. You reflect back in the past 10 years since I've been there, just how much growth. We put together a strategic plan back in 2019, and guys, I got a lot of saying, what gets measured gets done, gas is on the right, you name it. One of my favorites is if I tell you a duck can pull a train, hook it up. It's not about conceit, it's about teamwork, being focused and driven on the folks that we serve, and that's what we did when we put our strategic plan together. If you get a chance, please, these packets that we put together, they're out there. Take a look at them. I want to recognize my team. Devaney Deutsch, stand up. I know you're shy. Devaney Deutsch is the best in the world supervisor of our employment services. Just a dynamic lady and caring individual. Joan White is our COO. I will tell you, I have, Dr. Decker, I do have ADHD with no meds, okay? I have a lot of passion, but this lady keeps me organized, and I don't know how she does it, but she is fantastic. Our board member that's joining us this afternoon is Jody Aspel, Secretary of our Board of Directors, and as Dr. Clark said earlier, he somehow escaped out of our terms with our Board of Directors, but a great guy. So, and just kind of wrap up again, but please take a look at it. We've got 10 weeks that we're fixing to embrace in our career camp of our culinary. We just opened in March our first residential home where we now get a chance to love on 6 individuals 24/7. We've expanded our employment services into 8 counties now, and we just, one of our strategic plans is autism. Guys, I've got some numbers I'll share with you in a little bit, but fastest growing in every community. We went up to Mariana and visited the Next Step Academy, Endeavor Academy up there, just to learn and grow. We went over then the same day and went over to Niceville and visited the Emerald Coast Autism School there. Again, why? because again, it's the fastest growing population that we've got to look at. And we've got to continue to get prepared for those individuals. I say it all the time in every one of my presentations. We have the #1 autism program for children in the nation. Where? Right here at FSU PC. And this is the way we think. This is the way we play. If we can have the #1 program for children for autism, why don't we have the #1 program for adults? And that's what our goal is, and that's what we're working on. So we'll ask for your prayers on that. Mention to the packet. I'm going to also tell you, 2 years ago, we did a memo of understanding with both campuses, FSU, PC, and also Gulf Coast State College. And Dean Hanna, Dr. Clark, and the memo of understanding was very, very simple. And that is, you know what, just give us an opportunity, give our folks an opportunity to interview for a job. Give our folks an opportunity to work in an integrated and competitive workplace. And we have that MOU. We do have some employees, clients that are working here as well as across the street. So we appreciate the partnership that we have. Next, we're going to go into what we're going to talk about, and that's transitioning. We're going to talk about if you're coming into the state, we all know our state is growing. Population is growing leaps and bounds, and how are we preparing for that? How are they preparing for it? And we're going to talk about a little bit the transitioning out of our public school systems, and then we're going to get into some of the numbers with that. So, you know, whether it's be prepared, be counted, be heard, change it up, however, but you've got to prepare as a parent, as a loved one for someone that has a disability. You know, when you're coming into the state of Florida, it's a couple of things you just need to make sure that you're aware of. And that is that just because you had services in your state, you're coming into the state of Florida, it's not going to automatically just transfer over. You may have some services that aren't even available when you come into the state. So the parents and givers need to prepare prior to the move. Exception of those is the active military families deployed from another state while they're already receiving the services. You got to make sure that you establish residency in the Florida before you apply for any services with APD. You also need to make sure the documentation for the disability existed before the individual reaches age 18. Don't get me on my soapbox. I struggle with that. Why? Before 18? Guys, I had a grandmother reach out to me when I was at a job fair 2 months ago. And she was talking about her grandson, and she said, we noticed that he just wasn't talking as much and what have you. But with the family, our core nucleus of the family being segmented what it is, grandparents raising children, the chances of missing that opportunity to get that individual, that loved one, that child diagnosed by 18. So here's the thing I struggle with. So if you don't get registered, if you don't have a diagnosis before 18, guess what? You can't come to my home. You can't come to the residential home that we just opened up because you won't be able to have the resources. I don't understand that. So anyway, that's just be aware that's how important it is. Why is it important? Even though that there's a waiting list, which is now called the pre-enrollment, the accurate picture of those needing services is essential to develop more resources. We heard already this morning that we have over 20,000 that we know in the state. That number's got to be much higher. We have over 250 in Bay County alone. On the wait list, a person can receive services of state-funded programs. On the wait list, everything is in place so that when your funding becomes available or you encounter a crisis event, a full array of services can be made available. Do you know what the average wait list is in the state of Florida? No. Go up. 7. The average wait list is 7 years. And I don't know about you, but God didn't make us to be average, right? So what is 7? What is average? 14 to 0, right? And guess what? Miss Devaney, how long's your son been on the wait list? Okay. I don't understand that. Now, let's give some credit where credit's due. The legislature every year is starting to continue to focus on that wait list. But here's the other issue. If they don't fund us properly, I'm not going to get on my soapbox on that, so just bear with me. But if you don't give us the numbers, if you don't give us the numbers to do our job as providers, you can release all those individuals and put them on the, and get them off the wait list, but we won't have the providers to be able to do the services. So what can you do if you're a parent coming into their state? Stay active, follow up, contact your local APD office periodically, check on your application, your progress. Be like with a dog with a bone. Don't let up. You got to keep pushing through. Let's talk about if you have a loved one in the school system, okay? Why is it so important to be counted? Well, if you're carrying a loved one with an intellectual and developmental disability and your loved one is still in the school system with an IEP, being on the Agency for Persons with Disability wait list will help your child transition to other services once they become an adult. That's the key right there, because they will age out, right? They will become adult, and what then? Where do we go from here? This is something that most parents don't realize, and they will need to advocate for your child as they transition into adulthood. Even though that there is the wait list of pre-enrollment, limited services with state funds programs may be available. Once on the wait list, the clinical eligibility will already be determined, so things are in place so that when the funding does become available, you can encounter, even in a crisis event, a full array of services could be available to be obtained. Transition planning is a part of an IEP. Transition planning should be a part of your student when he turns by age 14. Transition planning involves the student, the family, the school staff, the agency staff, and any other necessary. Transition planning continues until your student exits the school at age 22. What does it mean as a parent? It's your responsibility to stay active, to follow up, and to stay in touch with your APD office, and most importantly, of course, to be counted. As mentioned earlier, this year, APD, you can now go online for the application. So it's a whole lot easier process to be in there. I mentioned to you about some of the numbers. Been working with our Bay District schools for several years. And back in February 2021, roughly about the same numbers, about 29,000 students attending Bay District schools. We had 644 that the school system had identified with students with disabilities. Last year, we had 935. So we picked up 200 and roughly, what was that number? 291, okay? And of course, the number one increased number is on the autism spectrum. So here's the thing that I'm concerned about. I mentioned just a while ago that APD has us in Bay County with about 250 individuals on the wait list. But there's 935 that Bay District schools that they've identified as an individual with a student with a disability. You see the variance? 685. So they're not registered, right? We got to get these individuals, we got to get these young students, we got to get them registered with APD. The action is now, we can't wait any longer as we continue to take off the wait list. I'll leave you with something that is concerning. I love Florida. I love Florida. I moved here 25 years ago from Mississippi. And well, we love a lot of things about our state, but we have a ways to go. Our economy ranks 15th in the whole world. Our economy ranks 15th in the whole world. But yet we rank 44th out of 50 states in what the states provide for providers like us. So again, just help me understand. I'm just sharing this with you. This is why you have to be passionate. And I'll leave you with one thing. Be the voice, not the echo. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Just want to let, for those who are old enough to drink coffee, I am not one of those people old enough to drink coffee. And Joe, I think what I'm going to do, because you're back to back, and so I want to introduce First, I want to welcome everyone back. And let's get to our next presenter. He's going to be back to back, Joe LaBelle, who will be speaking on the topic of social media technology and artificial intelligence. And then he will flow straight from that into what? Social media and no,
We're gonna move over from talking about AI to talking about how AI works with transition planning.
Oh, great,
So
great. And so with that, I'm gonna turn it over.
wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone being here today. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me and chat about AI and how we can use that as we are serving families, working with families and students with disabilities. So my name is Joe LaBelle. I'm the Director of Programs at Family Network on Disabilities. We are the statewide Parent Training Information Center, Family to Family Health Information Center, Parent to Parent. We also have a technical assistance project in Guatemala, and I work on the national level with U.S. Department of Education technical assistance centers across the United States. Now, I'm also an individual with a disability. I've grown up with learning disability and had an IEP from 3rd grade until I graduated from high school, accessed the Disability Support Center at Tallahassee Community College, at FSU, and then for my graduate work about a year ago. That's one of the reasons I asked that question about what do you do if it's taking forever to get an evaluation? That's the boat I was in as I was serving as the Director of Programs, as I was working with the U.S. Secretary of Education, and I was still struggling with being able to effectively advocate for myself all those years later. So I'm going to talk to you today about, through those lenses, about how we can use AI in our work. Now, why am I able to speak to you today? I've had the pleasure of being one of the leading implementing advocates in using AI in special education. I've trained the U.S. Department of Education staff. I've trained the Department of Special Education staff under OSEP. I've been able to have several briefings with the U.S. Secretary of Education under the last administration on how we are going to implement AI in educational spaces, representing the special education community. And then I've had the pleasure of presenting around the world on how we're using AI here in the United States. So I'm going to jump into it. Now, truly, I believe when we talk about AI, the possibilities are limited only by our own imagination. It is limited only by the level of creativity we can have as we think about how to use these systems, okay? Now, what is generative AI? We have been using predictive AI for decades now. So when you're typing on your phone and a word shows up as the next word that it could be, when you're typing in your email and there's a finishes your sentence, when you're on Netflix and you've just binge watched a whole season of something that you just wasted 8 hours watching, but it was worth it. And now Netflix is saying, okay, here's your next murder mystery. That's predictive AI. When something is thinking, when the system is recognizing patterns in your behavior, it's recognizing something you've done, so this is what you could be essentially doing next. That is predictive. We're not talking about predictive any longer. What we're going to focus on right now in this presentation is specifically on generative. So generative AI is when you're able to use a platform like ChatGPT, Perplexity, Synthesia, one of these systems, and use natural human language to ask it a question, to give you content, to give you a result that is going to be tangible. So create an image, create a video, create a document, analyze this document and give me a response of what do I need to know about it. Those are all, create a presentation about this topic. All of those things will be examples we'll talk about and show in this session, but it will all be focused on that generative aspect. Now, I'm going to talk specifically, my focus in AI is special education. So that's where I'm going to be speaking from today. So using AI to write letters and emails, my goodness. If anyone in here has seen Pete Wright and gotten to listen to him as he talks about different ways that we can advocate for our children, for ourselves, he published a book, Emotions to Advocacy, and it's still wildly effective and a tool that is relevant today. One of the most difficult things to do is when emotions are high, being able to sit down and write a letter, write an email, send a text message that's going to be effective. We're upset. We feel like something has happened. Maybe we feel like our child's rights have been violated under FERPA or under FAPE or under IDEA. Pick an acronym. I'm upset. And sitting down to write that email in that moment to my child's teacher, it's not going to be effective. Many cases, it will not be effective. Because why? Emotions are elevated. So, one of the examples I want to go over is how we're able to speak our truth, talk about how upset we are, but then get something out of that that's going to be appropriate to send to our partners in the school. Because again, no matter how you slice it, whether it's in early intervention, K through 12, post-secondary, schools are our partners in this step. Schools are with our children more than any other system for the first massive chunk of their lives. So I'm going to do an example, okay? So the very first thing I want you to know, there's a format to how you need to put your request in. So the request, that's what you put into here. That is called a prompt, okay? So the request is a prompt, okay? So very first, you need to tell it who it is. ChatGPT, Google Gemini, and Copilot, those are all LLMs, large language models, okay? And the sequence that you want to give it is tell it who it is, because these systems can be anything. So I'm going to tell it, you are an expert in creative writing and in dispute resolution and special education, period. Okay. Wonderful. So then I'm going to tell it who I am. I'm going to make up a couple things. I'm going to exaggerate my reality. My name is Joe, comma. I am the parent of a young child with a disability, comma. His name is Samuel, comma. He has a learning disability and he's 10 years old, period. Okay, so now I've told it who it is. I've told it who I am. And then I've also told it, well, who my imaginary son is. That's Samuel and he's 10. Now I want to tell it what I want. Okay, that's the next piece. I've drafted an email to my son's school that is below in quotations, comma. The school has violated my son's rights in FAPE and his special education IEP. I want you to take this email and make it appropriate to send to his teacher, comma. I want this to be forward focused, period. Right now, I'm pissed off. Right now, I'm upset. Right now, I can't think straight, but I need to be able to address what is going on. So please take this and write it in a way that is going to be productive and help us maintain a relationship that's going to help Samuel. Okay, now, who here is the parent of a child with a disability? Okay, I see hands. Okay, so give me broad overview, big picture. What is something that you've had a challenge with inside of your child's school with the IEP team, with getting accommodations, with pick something. Broad overview, I'm going to exaggerate it. Okay. So the other day, Samuel came home. He told me that he wasn't getting his speech language therapy, comma. I followed up with the teacher, and she assured me that he was going to be making up the sessions he missed because the SLP was out, period. When I asked Samuel the next week if he had gotten the makeup therapy, he said no, period. Also, he said that he had not been going to SLP services that week either because the teacher was just too busy, period. I followed up again with the teacher. She said that she was so sorry. She was definitely going to follow through with what she said this time and would get the makeup services. However, I don't believe her, period. I think the teacher at this point is out to get my son, comma. I want to make sure that the teacher is going to be held responsible for what is going on and my son not receiving his services, period. This is horrible, comma. He is missing out on core curriculum, core education, core services that will make a difference in his life, period. Okay, so I've got some spelling issues. I definitely have grammar issues, and this is a lot more dramatized than what I would even see when a parent reaches out to our agency. But it's some things that might be going on in someone's head as they're thinking, why is the teacher saying this? Why, this is now 2-3 weeks that's going on without receiving SLP services. What's happening? And so the things that flow through our minds don't always make sense, which is why I really like having just this stream of consciousness when we're writing this letter. This is what I'm thinking. We've grown up being told, write a letter, then put it in a drawer, reread it in a couple of days, see if you still think it makes sense. Yeah, that's the equivalent, only a million times faster. Okay, so we told it who it is, who we are, what we want. Okay. So you can see just how utterly fast this is creating content. You can see the rate that it is going. Okay.
Subject: urgent concern regarding missed speech language services for Samuel. Dear teacher's name. I hope this message finds you well. I'm writing to express my serious concern about Samuel's speech language therapy services as outlined in his IEP. Samuel shared with me that he has not been receiving his scheduled speech sessions. When I initially followed up, I was told that sessions would be made up due to the SLP's absence. However, Samuel has since informed me that he has still not received these services, neither the missed sessions nor the current ones. He also mentioned that sessions weren't happening this week due to other classroom priorities. I understand that unexpected circumstances can arise, but these services are not optional. They are part of Samuel's right to a free appropriate public education FAPE. I need to know exactly what services have been missed, what makeup sessions are being scheduled, and how we can ensure that this does not continue. Please understand that I am committed to working with you as a team to support Samuel. However, I am deeply concerned about the ongoing lack of services and the impact this has on his progress. I am requesting a written response by insert a date, e.g. Friday, May.
Okay, she came out swinging. This is assertive, right? So here's what I'm going to do. As a follow-up to this, I'm going to say, I love the enthusiasm, comma. However, make this more collaborative and less accusatory. So now we're going to see what happens. Yeah. Okay. Exactly. It's a first draft. And I want to be very clear, everything we're talking about today is a first draft. There is not a single thing I would copy and paste out of any of these platforms and call it the final product. I want that to be the biggest message out of any of this is we cannot replace the human element out of this process for the kids that we are supporting. So,
May
gonna-
16th, outlining the plan to. Absolutely, Joe.
okay.
I hope you're doing well. I wanted to take a moment to follow up regarding Samuel's speech language services, as he's been sharing with me that he hasn't had his scheduled sessions recently. I understand that things can get hectic and that schedules sometimes shift, especially when a provider is out. But I want to make sure we're all on the same page and working together to support Samuel as best we can. When we spoke previously, you mentioned that the missed sessions would be made up. However, Samuel has let me know that he still hasn't received those services. And it sounds like there may have been additional missed sessions since then. I truly value the work you do with Samuel and recognize that you're balancing a lot. At the same time, I know how important these services are to his progress, and I want to make sure we're meeting the goals outlined in his IEP. Could we touch base to clarify what's happened so far and work together on a plan to ensure he receives any missed services going forward? I'm committed to being a supportive part of the team and want to be sure Samuel is getting everything he needs to thrive. Please let me know a good.
Great. That's a whole lot better, and I would probably tweak it to add a little bit of a personal touch, something that would be a connection point between, me as the parent and the educator. But this is an awesome first draft, well, second draft. First one was a little spicy. So this whole process, it went from the school is absolutely violating my child's IEP. They are violating IDEA. They are violating FAPE. This is something that cannot stand, and I want the teacher to be held accountable to how are we going to partner together? Because we know in partnership, that is where dispute resolution is going to find the best results. When we look at dispute resolution data, we look at mediation and facilitation. So facilitate IEPs and mediation sessions, those yield the best results out of any other model for dispute resolution. So when we use ChatGPT as a tool, when we use AI as a tool to help come at things from that lens, that's where we're going to get the results. Okay, I will say as well, this is really, really great to help use as you're responding to passive-aggressive coworkers or folks you're just, how do I respond to this? So I really enjoy that. Now, what's your number? Samsung's in the room. Anyone have a Samsung besides me? Okay, handful of us, good. Yes. So one of the really cool things that Samsung has done, and Apple said they'll do it in a few years, but one of the things that Samsung has done is every time I make a phone call, I can do phone call assist. And it will say I'm speaking to someone that only speaks Spanish. Say I'm someone that doesn't speak Spanish. I can tap phone call assist. I will only hear English in my ear. They will only hear Spanish in their ear, but we are both speaking our natural language. So I'm speaking out English and they hear Spanish. They're speaking out Spanish and I hear English. The same thing is true the same option is available for you to click on phone call assist, and then you can type what you want the other person to hear as a natural voice. So for someone that may have social anxiety around being on the phone, may not have the use of their natural voice, that's something to where they can actually participate in phone conversations, which is absolutely extraordinary. Now, one of the things I'll show you, kind of as we're talking about language translation, language support, I'm going to show you real quick. I'll just use this one as an example. So I'm going to say, okay, maybe this whole thing is I wrote this out in Spanish and I want it to be translated. Or let's do this differently. let's say that this letter is from the perspective of the teacher, and the parent only speaks Spanish or Haitian Creole or Portuguese, and we want to be able to use this as a translation tool. Now translate the email above into Spanish. ChatGPT is one of the best translation software on the market by far. It's amazing. Pues yo puedo hablar español. Estaba en Guatemala por bastante años, pero tengo bastante trabajadores míos quien se puede hablar español, leer español, no importa. All of my team members who are native Spanish speakers, including myself who can read and write in Spanish, there's very few issues, and it's like a comma and maybe capitalizing something every other couple words in here. Now I'm going to say, now translate this into Portuguese. One of the things that always makes me laugh about the US Department of Education, which let us keep our funding, is that when they publish things, especially around language access, guess what? The only language they publish it in. They only publish in English. So this is a really, really wonderful tool for us to be able to comply with some of those overarching civil rights laws that are supporting our families. Okay, so that's that part. There's the language translation piece. Now, creating a meeting agenda with AI. I'm not going to go through this whole example, but I am going to explain it. Now, my entire staff is trained as facilitators for Facilitate IEP. It's a very specific process. The IEP meeting is about 5 hours long, which is a very, very long IEP meeting. However, one of the core tenets of this process is that having a structured agenda can make or break the outcomes of your meeting. And that is true for conference planning. It is true for small group meetings. It is true for staff meetings. And it is certainly true for special education meetings. So as we are creating this agenda or using ChatGPT to create the agenda, my recommendations is, again, tell it who it is. You are an expert in creating agendas for special education meetings in secondary school environments. Who are we? So list out the people that will be there and then what their role is. So Joe LaBelle, Secretary of the Board, J.R. Harding, President of the Board, Rich, Treasurer, we're list out everyone's role in whatever meeting you're going to be a part of. And then give the purpose. What is the purpose of why we're meeting? And then what I always do, because I'm a stickler for being on time for things, is I will ask it, give it time frames. How long should we spend on each section throughout that meeting? And then it will create a complete agenda for you with who is in charge of what areas, what makes sense for who to be engaged or leading which sections of the meeting. And then, of course, you can say, actually, Joe's going to lead the entire meeting and everyone's going to interject where it's appropriate. Cool. It'll redo it for you. But having that structure, you will see a big difference in the meetings that are being hosted. So AI for researching disability rights. Now, let me ask first and foremost, how many folks in the room have been using AI models? How many folks have been using them over, last year or so? Okay, how many folks have never used AI? Okay, so I'll be very open and transparent with what my thoughts are on ChatGPT specifically for asking questions. So it is amazing for putting together content. It is great for being able to create images, and I'll show you that in a moment. There's really very little that it can't do. One of the things it struggles with, though, is telling the complete truth. Sometimes it likes to make things up, and that is called hallucinating. So when AI makes something up, the industry term is literally called hallucinating. So how do we get around this? Okay, you can tell it specific facts that you want integrated or expanded upon. You can give it that information so that it can create a narrative around that content. And that's my preferred method. So I'm not going to ask ChatGPT something technical. What I am going to do is go to a system called Perplexity. So Perplexity is another AI model. And essentially what it does is it scours academic articles, news articles, it scours databases all over the web, and it will find your answer for you and then bring it back in a narrative format. So I'm going to say, how many students in the state of Florida have an IEP? So I'll tell you, as I wrote for a competitive federal grant recently, prior to having access to this tool, Perplexity, it would typically take me anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours, maybe more, to find that one data point on how many kids have an IEP. You want to know why? Because that page was removed off the Florida Department of Education's website and we can't access it anymore. So the data would have to be built inside of their data reporting, data builder program, which is very, very complex. So now I'm able to say, wonderful. In the most recent comprehensive data available from the Florida Department of Education, they report that 414,353 students have disabilities in the state of Florida. This is saying during 2019 to 2020 academic year, 14%. And then I can go to, yeah. Yes, it is. So that's why, like, what you're seeing right here. So this is it searching the entirety of the web and then creating a narrative. So creating content for you to better understand that. So what it pulled right here was from this PDF, and you would have had to search through 15 pages of this PDF to try and find that one data point. So instead, it condensed it into this paragraph to help you better understand it, okay? Now, you will see all of the different sources that it's worked with. These are all the sources that it pulled from just to be able to give us that answer. And that's one of the things that I really, really like about Perplexity is after every sentence or after every fact that it gives you a footnote. And you can click on that and actually find the direct facts, which is really cool. Great. Okay, so using AI for goal setting. So this is going to roll into what I'm going to talk about in a little bit in transition. So I'm going to keep going, but think about how many times, so I'll think about it for myself. How many times as a student sitting in my own IEP meeting was I asked, what can we do to help you with this? What can we do that will help you be successful here? And at that point, I was told you can take your test in another room. You can have some more time on a test. In college, they added a note taker. That was a cool addition to like my resource belt. But there wasn't a lot of creativity in my group, in my IEP meeting, in my IEP team. It was a lot of like recycled accommodations. And we know that the accommodation should be individualized, but that's just kind of where we're at. Now, utilizing some of these tools, we can create wildly customized accommodations that will suit the needs of the student. But one of the things that I always talk about when we're advocating for families on behalf of FND is we also need to add into the parameters, so the prompt, we need to talk about what's available in the county, in the school, and in what that student is even interested in. So what are things we should be considerate of if I was talking about building goals for a student here in Panama City versus in Miami-Dade? those are going to be the options for accommodations could look very different. Okay, so using AI to create visual aids. This is a really cool example. So is Card still around here? Yes, no, they might be in the lobby. So, oh, there she is. So one of the things that we've been doing is partnering with several different card centers across the state of Florida to help actually come up with imagery that can be used inside of social stories, that can be used for visual schedules, and imagery that makes sense to that student. So there's been a huge update in the image development using ChatGPT. Now, let me also say this. If you have access to Copilot from your work or that's built into your computer, that's the same thing as ChatGPT. Copilot, the code for Copilot is ChatGPT. It's just got a different face on it, but it's the same exact thing. Microsoft is a majority stakeholder of ChatGPT, OpenAI, so it's the same thing. So when I talk about the two, so I'm going to say, someone give me an idea for an image. Make it silly. Make it a silly image. What's an idea you have? Create an image of a purple dinosaur on a skateboard eating some ice cream. Okay, so it's creating. This is going to take just a moment because after an update on any of these systems, it usually takes a little bit longer for it to then generate whatever that is. This is, again, a brand new update that just came out. So I'm going to keep talking about this for 1 second. So one of the things you may see as a parent is, hey, my child is doing this, this, and this really, really well. They've got some deficits. They've got some areas that they can improve on. They've got some areas that they can definitely, they're struggling, and that's okay. But right now, we're only talking about those areas that we're struggling in. We're not emphasizing in these IEP meetings the good things that are going on that he or she is excelling in. So talk to one of these AI systems, talk to ChatGPT about how can I visualize for the IEP team what it is that my child is doing really well at, so we can see that there's a balance. Make it more of a visual representation as opposed to just talking with words. Switch it up. Have some other ways to communicate. Okay, so we've got our first image. Now we can say, make this more realistic. I want it to look like a real dinosaur. Okay, we're gonna come back to that in 1 second. All right, so we talked about writing, we talked about visuals, writing social stories. This is also a very new development with OpenAI, Gemini, which is Google, and then Copilot, to be able to have text inside of images. So I'll show you that in just 1 second. Once this finishes buffering, I'm gonna have it hold up a sign, but that is brand new. So we can build out actual social stories just from there as a platform. Now, AI for homework help. So my thoughts on using AI with schoolwork is it's here. It's, how many people have an iPhone in this room? Great. How many people have an Android in this room? Okay. How many people have a flip phone? No. Okay. So every single one of you has AI in your hand. Every single one of your phones has built in AI into the back system. Whether it's Bixby, whether it's Google, whether it's Siri, you have AI in the palm of your hands. And so whether or not we want to radically change the educational system, we don't have to. We can talk about how we can integrate in a safe way, in an appropriate way, how to use AI in education, in educational environments, right? So when we think about using AI for homework, what I think about is not, hey, ChatGPT, do my homework or write my paper. That's too easy. Teachers are too smart at this point. 2 years ago, yeah, you would have gotten away with it. But now, no, it sounds like AI. You gotta be smarter than that. But the point isn't to get one over on the teacher. The point isn't to cheat your way through the assignment. The point is in us needing to encourage that in all of the industries we work in, the point is to learn the material. The point is to critically think. So what my recommendation is that we say, okay, I have a child who is 16 years old. They are learning Algebra 2 or some other higher math that frankly I took 30 years ago and I don't remember how to do it. Here's a photo of their math problem, and you can take a picture off your cell phone and upload it into ChatGPT. It will analyze the image, analyze the math problem, and then say, give me step-by-step instructions on how I can explain this to my child. Wonderful, got the instructions. Still feels a little bit, I don't know if this would make the most amount of sense this way. Rewrite this in a way that might make sense to a student with a learning disability or a student with autism or da-da-da-da-da. There are ways that we can keep drilling down where we're using this as a tool for helping to differentiate instruction. There's not a lot of us that are really great at differentiating instruction, and we've got CPALMs for students that fall under that 1% that need the most intensive support, but CPALMs has only a couple courses or a couple presentation slides per subject area. And so being able to take a problem, take an instruction, take a lesson, and scaffold it at different levels, it's easy. Now let's see how our dinosaur's doing. Okay, this is looking a lot better. Now have it holding a sign that says, I love ice cream. Okay, we're gonna come back to him in a minute. Absolutely. Mhm. Yeah, so there's a handful of different ways to do that. So the question is, how do we keep the integrity when the systems are getting smarter, the students are learning how to use prompts better? So that's the prompt, write it like a 7th grader. That's the question. So my recommendation is a couple different things. A, you can have all assignments created inside of, well, if you have OneDrive, have them write it in a Microsoft Doc in OneDrive where you can see the revision history and you can actually see line by line it being developed, it being written out. You can see them editing it in real time or in the revision history. Same with Google Docs. And I'll point out that many professors, many teachers that are saying this was AI generated, there's two things about that real quick. There's not a single system out there right now that can 100% detect realistically whether or not something was AI generated. There's a lot that say they can, but there's a lot more proof and showing that, hey, you flag this as AI and it's not. So students are now creating a lot of their own essays inside of Google Docs, for example, so that they can show sentence by sentence, this is what I developed, this is my own work, this is my own thought, this isn't AI developed. So that's definitely one way to address it. The other way is have periodic check-ins throughout the process. So instead of having like 5 short papers, have one longer paper. Have a check-in at the beginning, the middle, have substantive conversation around what the topic is. There's going to be different evaluation metrics or methods as we go along, but pretending like we can't use it is going to make it a lot more attractive. Okay, so we've got our ice cream. I love that. Yup. So I'm going to now say, give me 1 second. So I want to demonstrate what she had mentioned. Now I want you to make this sound as if it was written by Shakespeare. So the systems are getting smarter. The systems truly are. And so again, we are going to have different ways to look at what a traditional evaluation means. What does that mean to look at someone's work and see if it makes sense? Come on.
Subject: A missive regarding young Samuel's speech language aids. Good day, noble teacher's name. With humble heart and earnest mind, I pen this note to thee, to speak of Samuel, my dear and tender son, whose learning path we together have vowed to guide with care and purpose true.
So I do that as comedy, but in reality, that took less than 10 seconds to put together. So I'm gonna keep going through. Okay, so AI is not just ChatGPT. I know I've spent a lot of time on it, but I want to show you some other areas. I've shown you Perplexity, which is the research tool. Now I want to show you Synthesia. So Synthesia is AI video that you can put together. So right now we're using this heavily because in my organization for webinars, because we can put these AI-based webinars together. It looks like us, it sounds like us, it's in multiple languages. We can have it into up to 50 different languages. We've got over 200 different avatars. And then we are able to have the information out there for families in their native tongue by persons that look and represent their communities. And guess what my staff can do? My staff can spend more one-on-one time supporting a family over the phone. My staff can spend more time developing community relationships like we are today. They can spend more time developing system work. There's a lot of other different things. We don't get paid enough we don't have enough money to change the entire state of Florida by ourselves. We A, have to work in partnership, but B, we have to work smarter. This is one way that we're working just a little bit smarter today. So this is one of the presentations that I put together. So I wasn't able to be at a conference. And the conference was on supporting small and rural school districts. And funny enough, I was in Guatemala supporting small rural communities out there. And so I'm going to play the video that I sent over to them, just giving them an overview of what a PTI is.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joe LaBelle, and I'm the Director of Programs at the Family Network on Disabilities, or FND for short. Before we dive into the exciting and informative content we've prepared for you, here's a quick disclaimer. I am actually an artificial intelligence, AI, designed and programmed to assist with sharing valuable knowledge and resources. I am here to report and information. I'm here to share what our center does.
So what I did is I used the AI feature of the AI website to design an AI video in under 5 minutes. So there's a box that says, what do you want your video to be about? And I said, I want this video to be on what is a parent training information center funded by OSEP. And it created all the slides. I didn't create these slides. It created the slides for me. It created the content, it created the script, and then I popped in my avatar, this one, and then I popped in my voice, which was already uploaded, and it created the entire thing within just a few moments. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about working smarter, because we were able to have a presence at that conference, which otherwise we couldn't have had. So, and then I was able to get this done in a very, very short time frame. They wanted this video within 24 hours. Do you think anyone is able to turn around a quality film video, edited, all the video editing, there's music in the background in 24 hours? No, you're going to be scrambling. It's going to take at least a week if you can jump on it right away. So I'm going to keep going through. There's two other systems I want to show you real quick. So this is PowerPoint, and we have all seen PowerPoint. It's lovely, but I'm going to now use the I'm going to use the Copilot feature inside of PowerPoint. Have you guys seen that little Copilot icon starting to pop up inside of PowerPoint and Microsoft Word? Are we seeing that? Silence. I'm going to take it as a yes. So I want you to create a presentation for families in Florida who have children with disabilities to better understand the dispute resolution process in special education. Okay, so I'm giving it this prompt and it's designing it. It's pulling together information. It's, okay, so now I can review it. I could add a slide in there. Okay, wonderful. I'm going to say, wonderful, generate the slides. Let's go. So it's generating them, but it's generating the slide design with the slide images and the content. Now, this isn't going to be perfect by any means, but it's going to be a really good, at least a decent first draft that I can then work off of, edit, modify. Okay, so you can see how it's formatting this real content. Okay, I think it looks great. I'm going to keep it. Okay. And then, wonderful. So it created 22 slides. And understanding the dispute resolution process in special education for families in Florida. Wonderful. Understanding special education rights, IDEA, rights of families, effective advocacy, common types of dispute, which placement decision, provision of services, those are two of our biggest dispute areas that we hear from families. Importance of dispute resolution, maintaining relationships, meeting educational needs, minimizing stress, open communication, proactive meetings, like all of these are great to, again, have as a jumping off point. And then, again, I can go back to the designer. I can make this look whatever way I want very quickly with just simple clicks. Now, the last AI tool I'm going to show you, and then I'm going to move on to talk about some of the transition, is the Adobe Acrobat, so Adobe Reader. This was one of the most boring tools I had in my computer for decades. The new AI feature in it is really cool. So myths and facts surrounding assistive technology devices and services. This came out from OSEP in January of last year. So this letter, this document is meant for professionals, so all of us in this room, families, many of us in this room, and educators. How often do educators get to actually see these documents? Not often. As a professional in this field, in this work, this document is 24 pages, single-spaced, with highly academic jargon. and it is difficult to get through on a good day. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, what are the key assistive technology requirements under IDEA? That is what it is auto prompting. So these are just ideas it's giving me just because I have this document open. What examples of AT devices are provided in this document? What led to. So I'm going to ask it to analyze. Give me the top 10 takeaways I need to know about this document and assistive technology in IDEA. Okay, so now it's thinking. Perfect. So now it's taking this document and analyzing it and telling me, hey, these are your top takeaways. But specifically, one of the really cool things about this is now, because these systems are always updating, I've never given the same presentation twice. So now this tool has this little feature where you can click on it and it brings you directly to it. It's not just a synopsis, it's actually pulling this for you to go into the document. So highly recommend next time you're opening up a PDF, try the AI assistant, try asking it for a high level overview. Okay, now I'm gonna keep going, and now we're into transition planning. Okay, so here's a really cool thing that I've worked on with students, with educators, and most importantly with parents around transition planning. So using this as a tool to be able to identify, think of it as like a job coach, to be able to identify what's something I may even want to do as a career path, okay? So let's go through an exercise together. You are an expert in being a job coach for students with disabilities and helping them identify what may be a suitable career path and how to get there, period. My name is Joe. I'm 17 years old. I have a learning disability, and I'm trying to decide what I want to do with my life, period. Actually, yeah, that's fine. There's a couple different ways you can do this, so I'm going to keep going this way. I want you to help me identify what options I could have based on my preferences, my dislikes, things that are affected because of my disability, and then come up with a list of possible career options, period. I like photography, comma. I love cooking, comma. I like helping people and helping others, comma. I like traveling, comma. I like... That's enough. Yeah. Okay. Okay, say it again. I like watching videos. I like YouTube. I like playing video games. I don't like being around people too often. Being around people gives me some social anxiety because of my disability, comma. It's something that I struggle with, and I'm not exactly sure how that will affect getting a job, period. So video games, YouTube, watching videos, wonderful. Okay. Okay. Thank you for sharing with me, Joe. It's brave and smart to be thinking about your future, and how your preferences, strengths, and challenges can shape a career that works for you. Let's walk through this together step by step. So here, we've got understanding your strengths. What do you like? What do you dislike? Being around people too often, social anxiety, that's real. Key strengths, inferred. visual learner, love that. Tech collaborate, comfortable, and then independent, okay? What kind of work environment might be a good fit? So low social demand jobs, structured routines, solo or small group work, hands-on tech-based work. So game tester, video editor, YouTube content creator. Everyone wants to be a content creator. It's not for everyone. YouTube channel creator, web developer, like that. Graphic designer, like that. So my brother-in-law, he's a graphic designer. He works from home. He doesn't talk to anyone. He does his job and he gets a decent salary for it. He creates postcards, and good for him. Data entry clerk, great. So there's a couple, maybe far reaches. So YouTube content creator, not for everyone, but graphic designer, web developer, data entry clerk, those are great. Game tester, there are tons of opportunities to be testing video games, and you don't get paid much at all. But if we're talking about being a game tester or driving Uber for an extra 20 bucks a night, yeah, I might do some of the game testing because it's a passion of mine, and I won't do the Uber. So we can think about those trade-offs. What makes more sense? So now I'm going to say, so now it says step 4. It gives these ideas. So I'm going to say graphic design artist. Now tell me what I need to do to become a digital graphic designer. Okay, it's checking, it's checking. So it's identifying what it is, what tools are being used, learn basic free courses. So it's actually giving me direct links to build up my knowledge base on how I can learn these things for free. Start with one, take it slow, start practicing. It gives me step by step, create a fake YouTube thumbnail. I mean, again, that's how you start with all of this. Building a simple portfolio, finding a beginner job. So Fiverr, spot on. Fiverr is one of the best places to get your work out there as a graphic designer. We use Fiverr at FND on a weekly basis. It's like freelance graphic design work, but you build a portfolio, you show that you've been paid for your work, and then you can get a much better job moving along. Keep it growing. If you need help, you can go to VR. You can work with an in-person career coach. You can find a mentor in the industry. Like, these are real steps. These are actionable. This is something that someone can pick up and say, yeah, I can do this. So as we talk about this, we look at how can youth be using AI for helping with their disability. You can use it just like that parent was helping to de-stress, helping to write that letter when they were real upset. Yeah, students can do the same thing. But students can also ask those questions of, I don't even know where to start. I told my mom to call the college and she wouldn't, or my mom did call the college and they told her I needed to talk to them. I don't know who to talk to. I don't know what to do. Or how should I tell my boss that the reason I'm in a performance improvement plan, a PIP, and you're not getting out of that PIP, but it's why the reason I'm in here is because of my disability. How do I advocate for myself? How do I tell my story in a way that's going to be effective? And then we talked about using AI as a sounding board. So I'll share this little tidbit and then I'm going to wrap up. So one of the things that we see across the disability community is isolation. We see isolation from the perspective of parents. We see students feeling isolated. We see individuals with disabilities feeling isolated because even though two people may have a similar disability, they're not going to have these same exact experiences and circumstances, and that's real. What I experienced during my work with my learning disability in school is vastly different from others that had similar types of disabilities, and I realized that. I realize I may have advocated more for myself. I may have spoken up more. That may have changed the trajectory of my life. However, there's still loneliness inside of that. So being able to use AI as a sounding board, both for parents and students with supervision, is something that I think is a really interesting concept. So I've built out this prompt that basically, and I'll show it now. I've got a moment, but I will say, you are an expert in supporting parents of kids with disabilities, comma. You are an expert in helping people see how to find a way forward when everything feels lost, period. After every prompt entered, I want you to respond as if you are talking to a friend who has a child with a disability that is having a rough time and trying to navigate the best options for their child, period. Even if they want to burn the bridge down, I want everything you are focusing on and everything you tell them should be focused on the future and how to build relationships and make things better for their child in collaboration with their school, period. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. From now on, da da da. I'm ready. Great. Hey, my name is Joe. I am really upset about my son, Samuel. I really feel like his rights are being violated in the school, and I don't know where to turn to, comma. My wife told me to stop hyper-focusing on it, comma. My brothers are all telling me that my wife should deal with it, comma. I feel like I don't have anywhere to turn to. And now the response is going to be framed as if it's an old friend I'm talking to. It's going to be something that I can do this from my bed at night. I can do this on the couch when someone thinks I'm just watching Netflix. I can have a moment to actually experience this, to have a conversation back and forth. And you can go on with this conversation for hours. Now, I hope that I've provided you with some basics of AI, how we can use it in special education. I hope that you have taken a little bit out of this session on how you can move forward as well. So thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate your time.
All right. Before I let Joe walk off the stage, and I'm gonna make my confession. I know I'm not the only one thinking about this, but when you got AI and all these technologies and you're maybe slightly more than 50.
What's that?
Oh, I'm talking to them. And I take it that he is not in the 50 plus range. You wish you can have a guy like him standing over your shoulder.
Don't ask it how to use it itself. You can always ask it what's the best way to use you as a tool, the AI tool.
See, now you notice something that everybody didn't raise their hands when you asked them if they had an iPhone, nor did everybody raise their hand when you asked whether or not they have a Android. And nobody raised their hands when you asked them, do they have a flip phone? But I assure you, somebody got a flip. They just, it's like being in AA. You just don't make that announcement. He doesn't get it, does he? Listen, this guy, hey, Rich, unbelievable resource with just with the whole FND, just an amazing resource. And we are so blessed that JR was able to make those connections and stuff for us to make this inaugural conference available, and cannot thank you all enough. I mean, both of them are very, very sharp on the phone, but just to see him in action, Rich, I can imagine that you go to him for a lot of stuff. Yes. All right. Hey, thank you very much. And here's a token of our appreciation. Yes, sir. Hey, two things now. What stands between us and getting out of here is three fascinating presenters that's going to talk on the topic of inclusion, accessibility in Bay County, focuses on parks and recreation in Panama City and Panama City Beach. The presenting team includes Bay County Commissioner Claire Peace, Cheryl Joyner, the Panama City Beach Parks and Recreation Director, and my good friend, Dr. Keisha Blinn, the Panama City Parks Cultural and Recreation Coordinator. I will allow them to make their own introductions. Please give them a big warm round of applause. Thank you. And I have to tell you this is one of those, once I pulled Keisha onto the team, we were, this was one of the ones that was by demand with so many citizens living in the county. And the big question came up, what are they doing with so many folks, as Ron Sharp brought out in the numbers, so many citizens living in Bay County, and all I ever hear about, which I'm so happy with all the parks and different venues that we have within this county. And so that's how this topic came up. So I'll turn it over to our presenters.
Good afternoon. I'm Claire Pease. I'm one of your Bay County Commissioners for District 5 on the beach. And I'm really not a very good public speaker, so I've decided to just tell a personal life lesson story, a rather humiliating one, but I hope you'll find some humor in it. When I lived in the Carolinas, many years ago, I was a foster parent, and I had a little boy named Jonathan. I had a lot of teenagers in the house. The folks decided that they were going to bring me kids that they thought might have a problem in another home because they were buck wild or, just have a lot of problems, different problems. But we had a lot of fun, and they got used to bringing me the ones that they might have a hard time placing somewhere else. So I had a bunch of teenagers, and they called one Christmas Eve and they said, we have a little boy that is paralyzed from the waist down. He's in a wheelchair, and no one has a handicap ramp. We can only place him with someone that has a ramp where he can get in and out of the house. And I said, well, I'm a pretty good carpenter, and I think I can build one in about 20 minutes. I'd been building houses most of my life, so they agreed. I built the ramp, and they brought Jonathan. Jonathan was paralyzed from the waist down. He had spinal bifida, but he had a very infectious smile. He laughed at everything we did, whatever kind of mischievous things that the teenagers were into, he was in the middle of it. So they brought Jonathan, and this was Christmas Eve, and I'm a big rock and roll fan, and so were the teenagers. So they had a huge Pink Floyd style sound system set up in the house. And the social worker came the next day to check on Jonathan because we had never had, I'd never taken anyone that had any type of problem like this. I had no idea what to do. But we agreed we were going to figure it out. So the kids had the music up really loud. She rang the doorbell a few times. No one heard her. So she just came on in. It was kind of a house that you could come and go as you pleased. And she walked in the room, and there was little Jonathan sitting in this big, giant adult wheelchair singing AC/DC, Highway to Hell, with his arm in the air, just laughing. So she knew right then he was happy and he was in the right spot. So Jonathan's mother had a brain tumor, and that's the reason that I ended up with Jonathan for the time period that I had him. So she told me that he had, that she always had a problem trying to take him anywhere because he had this giant adult wheelchair. This was many years ago, before things have progressed the way they have. And she didn't have any way of putting it in her car and getting him, to go anywhere. So the first thing I thought, well, I'm going to take him everywhere I can take him to introduce him to things. So we went to the post office. He just loved it for some reason. The grocery store, and this is going to tell my age, but they just started having the barcodes on the groceries. And it made the noise every time you ran the grocery across, whatever it was. So the lady at the grocery store let Jonathan run all the groceries across, and it excited him and made him happy. So he always wanted to go to the grocery store. So one day I load that wheelchair up in the back of my truck, and we get Jonathan in there. We head to the grocery store, and we get there, and I never parked in the handicapped spots because I wanted to leave those for people that, could not actually, get to the grocery store without being in those spots. So we unloaded, we got him all, all situated, and we had to go by the handicapped spots to get to the store, and I saw a brand new, beautiful, cherry red Corvette parked in the handicap. Paper tag still on it, brand new, smell new. Well, I fly hot. And I rev up pretty fast. I still rev up fast. So I said, well, we're just going to let the air out of one of his tires. So we did. Jonathan and I, mostly I, reached over and we let the air out of one of those beautiful Pirelli tires. Then we were still mad, mostly I. We decided we were going to sit there and double down on it and wait for the person to come out of the store and tell them just how disappointed in them we were. So we sat there and we waited a little bit. And a few minutes, we saw this guy in a wheelchair coming out of the grocery store. So I said, oh, dear Lord, don't let him come toward the Corvette, right? Well, he did. And it was his brand new, beautiful red Corvette that we let the air out of the tire. So we had to, mostly me, sit there and explain why I did such a horrible, embarrassing thing. We waited on the tow truck to come put the air in the tire. We ended up being great friends with the guy. But it just kind of goes to show you never know. So to this day, during spring break, when I see all the teenagers piling out of the car and I see them take their grandmother's handicap tag and stick it up on their windshield, I don't say a word. I just say, maybe they got grandma stuck in there somewhere. I'm not saying anything. This is never going to be another humiliating story. But Jonathan was able to finally go back with his mom. She got well, but I think about him often, and I've thought about him throughout my career. And I wanted to let you guys know, if you don't already know, that we have a couple of beach accesses in Panama City. One is Access 22 that's on the beach. This access is named after Edward F. Hickey Jr. And Jeff DeBenedictus is a local banker here in town, and he looks over the trust of Ed Hickey. And they've built a beautiful accessible park right on the beach, and and it's got the Moby maps that go down on the sand. So if you haven't visited there, please do. Please bring your friends, tell everybody about it, and come take a look, because it's beautiful. And we're also getting ready to build a sunset deck there, so you'll be able to go get up on the deck and see the sunset and the Gulf, and it's beautiful. We also have access number 16, which the walk and roll event, Dr. Allison Davis got that done for us. And we were so excited to get that extra, accessible way for everyone to be able to get to the beach. So we want to let you know that we are open. All of this was a donation, by the way, from the Ed Hickey Trust. And it's very exciting that we over at the TDC have started, and I'm going to read the name to you because government always has to put way too many names on something and then just use the initials like we all are going to remember it. But Parks and Recreation Community Support Foundation. I simply call it Adopt a Park. And we started it about a year ago, and it has taken off. But we really would love for you guys to spread the word, let people know that you can adopt even a park bench or a small area or a way to get down to your boat at a boat ramp. And we are in hopes that we're going to be able to continue to do these accessible parks. And with your help and your getting the word spread, I feel like people will donate more and we'll be able to get more done And I just appreciate so much you allowing me to come tell my little humiliating story, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Well, I mean, it is a very difficult situation. The parking, I guess, is the most important, because especially if you have to use a van. So van parking is very hard. You really are taking up a larger area, and there's so much there's just really no usable space left on our beach. So I encourage every time we get ready to take a new property, there's always a developer that wants us to go ahead and take this property and turn it into a park for our development. And so we encourage them to always make sure that they put extra. The government has standards, this per percentage of parking spaces for handicap. It's never enough. It's never enough. And they never put enough van access in there. The condos don't either. And we have the ones that we've managed through the years that have the big garages. We've been allowed to work our magic a little bit and add several handicap parking areas to each of the garages, including the van. So I would say the parking is the biggest deal. I would also love to see people be able to get in a boat by way of a wheelchair, which is also difficult, very, very hard, because we just have docks, we have piers. They're scary sometimes just to walk down, much less take a wheelchair or have to help someone get in a wheelchair. So I would love to see us at the marinas and everywhere else in Panama City be able to get some more access to the water. I mean, just take a look. Everyone wants to get out there. They might want to get out in the boat, but or get out on the beach. So that's what I see as parking being the issue.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker. Oh, I think you got a question, Ron.
I am Cheryl Joyner, Director of Parks and Recreation for the City of Panama City Beach. Lifelong local resident, grew up at Camp Helen before it was a state park. I was really, really fortunate as a kid. I will tell you, I did work at Gulf World for 16 years. Long time ago, back before it had nothing to do. It was different owners, but it was a big part of my life. I've been with the city now for 18 years. Love my job. My office is based out of Frank Brown Park. We are also responsible for Aaron Besant, some neighborhood parks. One of my favorite things is our pier. I don't know if we have PowerPoint or no. Well, the Russell Fields Pier, here we go. Do I have a clicker? The Russell Fields Pier is across from Pier Park. At that facility, we do have 3 of the beach wheelchairs with the large inflatable tires so that you can make it down to the beach. I've got some great pictures of it. Hey, there we go. Here. See if I can operate it now. Yay, okay. So that's kind of a overhead shot there, but we have our pier ticket office there. The chairs are available from sunrise to sunset. You just go to the pier office, give them your information, driver's license, and you can take the chair for the day. It's been a wonderful thing for us. We don't have the Moby mats in place. We had one at that location, and the shape of the ramp actually caused some issues with sand building up under it. So we have recently redone that access as well to make it a little more accessible. There you can see that is access 56, which is on the main boardwalk at the pier. And we just redid it. Every time we're redoing an access, like Commissioner said, we're trying to make them more and more accessible. We also have this, and the county pier has the same thing. We're kind of twin piers, you could say. So there is a spot out on the pier that my staff would be happy to help with, that the railing is lowered, and that way anyone in a wheelchair has more accessibility for fishing. Miracle League is probably what I'm most proud of. It is our baseball league. It is for all ages. We have a specialized field that was built in 2009. The Rotary Club of Panama City Beach was instrumental in getting this done. They raised the money, helped build the field, and we are just, it's very near and dear to all of our staff's heart. We have a lot of kids in it. There's some kids that, like I said, I've been there a long time, so I've seen kids come up through it, and several that were nonverbal, and now will every Saturday morning, baseball, say baseball, baseball, they're ready to go. So just a wonderful program we're really proud of. We do it twice a year. We rely on volunteer coaches and volunteers from the community that come out. So we have a lot of high school kids and the sports community, and we're able to give them volunteer hours towards their Bright Futures or other scholarships. We do have a mascot that is also, I have done myself as well. His name's Homer, and he's made a big impact on some of our players too. One other thing I didn't have a picture of, but we have our Sims Veterans Home has come out twice a year and been able to play baseball as well because the field is rubberized and completely accessible. There's one of our teams. This is our aquatic center inside Frank Brown Park. Off in the distance, there's 3 shaded playgrounds that are also fully accessible that are turf. Artificial turf, and do have ramps for reaching all the play features. The aquatic center itself is accessible, and we do have a chair lift there as well. We're working on getting a second one that'll be at the other end of the pool in case one is in use. So I would agree with the commissioner that parking is always an issue. Even in our world in Frank Brown Park, it's been there a long time and it's been pieced together. When we built that Miracle League field, it's in a nice location, but it was not accessible to restrooms. So we are in the process right now of building a pavilion that's going to be right next to it and have handicap accessible restrooms as well. So I know, Ron, some of your residents come and visit us for that, so we're very excited about it. Any questions? All right, thank you. Oh, yeah.
Hold on, mister.
No, you can just bring it that day. It's just that, so we have some information in case someone decides to hijack the wheelchair, that we have some backup, yeah. Yep. Yeah. You know, we have not, we need to do more. The Miracle League field is actually kind of at a slope, and we had talked about doing soccer and some different things out there, but it's more fitting for the baseball that we do. But it is something that we need to do more of. I'm open to any suggestions you have on how we can improve those things.
Thank you, Dr. Bland. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Give her a big round of applause. Last and certainly not least, Dr. Bland.
Good afternoon. How is everybody? I believe I'm the last presenter. Is that right, Dr. Clark?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'll keep it short and sweet. I have a presentation. There we go. I'll try to follow this. So I'm Kessia Blinn. I'm the Arts Culture Education Coordinator for City of Panama City Parks, Culture, and Recreation Department. So I just wanted to give an overview of what our department does and what maybe we should do in the future regarding accessibility. So Parks, Culture, and Recreation, kind of in our portfolio, last year, fiscal year, we had 44 recurring programs where we interact with people face to face. They could be educational, interactive, all sorts of things. Parks, we have 52, which is way too many for us to maintain properly, but that's a different topic. 280 acres, 12 clubhouses, 11 picnic pavilions, and for internally hosted events, we hosted about 18 last fiscal year. What are the benefits of parks and recreation? Well, for just the general population, we all know it's improved physical fitness and enhanced mental well-being. But for specifically for individuals with disabilities, it's especially important for them. Regarding physical fitness, it reduces the risk of chronic disease. It improves cardiovascular health, weight management, increased muscle strength and bone density. There's mental health and emotional health components as well, such as reducing anxiety, depression, and stress, improved self-perception, increased social interactions, reduced isolation and stigma, and enhanced cognitive function. So it's just especially important for our individuals with disabilities, which we all know very well here. For our parks and recreation department in the city of Panama City, just a couple features. First, we have beach access with an accessibility mat. This is on Beach Drive. It's the dead end of Calhoun Avenue into Beach Drive. The Oakland Terrace Playground. We have an accessibility zip line, which is pretty cool, and an accessibility merry-go-round. Bay Memorial Park or Garden Club, we've just paved a 1-mile path. For partnership, I'm big on partnership. 3 components I saw in looking at all of what we do is public art. Are we able to play any of the videos in there? Yeah, so there's a little public art installation we did. 60-foot installed at the center of downtown. Really cool interactive thing that they built. We've done programming such as Shining Stars, which focused on fitness, nutrition, community, and public art events as well. But in looking at all of these things that we've done as a department, I had to ask myself, are we really doing enough? We all know, everyone in this room knows what inclusion is, but is it at the forefront of our decision makers' minds? It's up to us to advocate and make sure that they are aware and it's at the forefront when they make decisions. Do we as a community fairly serve the 28% of individuals with disabilities? A little quick video, 1-minute video. So there's a lot of resources for parks and recreation professionals based on standards, different associations and things that can help us to tailor our services and actually include them, individuals with disabilities. So this is what I wanted to do, is kind of give a call to action. Obviously, everyone here, you're getting involved and you're excited about this, but there are multiple ways that you can get involved from my perspective. Partnership development, such as the committee that Dr. Clark pulled together, right? Just building those relationships and seeing what we can accomplish together. Representation. Do your commissioners, do your city leadership, are they aware of the issues? If we speak up about those issues, then they will be informed, and when they go to make decisions, our friends and families with disabilities will be represented instead of forgotten. and provide feedback, of course, right? If you go to a program, a public event, there's something missing or something that was great, give that feedback and make sure that, again, your elected officials are aware of those things. We have to have a voice. So as professionals, family members, and friends, it's up to us to stand next to and to ensure that the voices of individuals with disabilities are heard. Thank you.
Dr. Glenn, thank you very much. And we really appreciate this city of Panama City for being a partner. Take this gift. So I'm gonna get on my soapbox. I think Summer's giving me about 33 seconds. And I want to say from the depths of my heart to each and every last one of you, thank you for taking your time, not only to come, but to hang in there. And we understand that some people have to leave early. I know that I have learned a lot with this inaugural conference. I've met a lot of people, Dr. Decker, so many great speakers, and seeing the talent of people like Ron Sharp and Claire Peace. I see her from the county commissioner's perspective, but doing this type of stuff makes a big difference because it's all grassroots. I would say to you that there was a very large committee of community partners that were responsible for putting this event together. I know my name has been called, but there's been a lot of people, and I'm looking at the unsung heroes like Summer and Dorothy and Tony. Wave your hand. Hey, you see Cal back there. I bug Cal 1,000 times, but making sure we get the logo right and everybody else is right. Logos right. Tyreek. And then there was people that was on the committee from day one, and and people were in and out, and that's just the way committees work. Helen, thank you. But I'm gonna put out a charge. Summer will be sending out a survey tomorrow, and it's gonna ask you, do you want to participate? What can we do better? And as I say it again, you would not hurt my feelings if you say, Urban, listen, you all need to do whatever that is. But just keep in mind, let's tell you this simple goal for FSU Panama City one is to not charge persons to attend. That's just something that's a pet peeve of the dean, and I support that because we understand the ALICE data for 85% of the residents that live in Northwest Florida. And how many of you familiar with ALICE? I see only just a handful of people. It stands for Asset Limited Income Constraint Employed. And this data is compiled by the United Way for 28 states in these United States. And put it in layman's terms, it stands for the working poor. And so although you see pockets of influence in each one of these counties, the closer you get to the green water, the more affluence you see. The closer you go up towards the Sand Hills in this county or the Funiac Springs or go anywhere in Gulf County almost and other counties in our service area, you see families that live below at or below that adjusted gross income of $80,000 or less. Great people. I'm a product of Northwest Florida. So our goal is to keep it affordable. Our goal, one of the goals for next year is to have continuing education units. We have a little bit more time this coming year to work on that. Again, I want to thank all of our speakers for your participation and for your special insights. Thank you to the Arc of the Bay, my good friend Ron Sharp, for the breakfast, parks, and Panama City Parks and Recreation for the fresh fruit. And I remind everyone that the vendors will be here until 4 p.m., allowing us a little bit more time to network. And again, this was our inaugural conference. And thank you all. Thank you for making it a huge success, and we will be in touch. Thank you, and safe travels.